Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Councilmember Gama. Oh, where'd he go? Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Perez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Present.
Councilmember Gama.
Here.
Mayor Rollins.
Here. We will now hear public comments. Any comments from those participating on Zoom? We like to ask that you use your raise your hand feature so we can call on you at the appropriate time. Staff will unmute their mics and you will have 3 minutes to provide your comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments tonight?
No public comments at this time.
Mr. City Attorney, please read the following closed session items for the record.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. There is one item on closed session for tonight. It is conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property in question is more specifically identified in the agenda, but commonly known as 100 Panoma Street. The agency negotiators are the city manager, Mr. Connors, and myself. I do not believe Steve Kinney will be in attendance. The negotiating parties are the city of Port Hueneme and the Oxnard Harbor District, and price and terms of payment are under negotiation.
Do any councilmen have conflicts to disclose for the listed closed session agenda items?
Yes, Mayor, I will have to recuse myself due to my proximity to the vacant property under negotiation.
Okay. Council will now recess to closed session at 6:01 p.m. Okay. It is now 6:44. I'm calling the meeting to order. Can we please stand for the flag salute? Councilperson Perez, can you lead us in the flag salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a good crowd tonight. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting. I am calling this meeting to order, and it is now 6:45, or 6:44. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Councilmember Gama.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Perez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Present.
And Mayor Rollins.
Here. Tonight's inspiration will be given by Councilmember Gama.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. If it's okay with you, I'd like to go down to the podium.
Sure.
I've long been an advocate for youth of our community. It's heartbreaking when we see youth become a victim of violence or when you see youth acting out violently towards another. We have seen in recent years violence towards our youth. We have supported many youth-focused organizations in our realization that the youth of our community needs our help. We do that so the youth of our community realizes that we care about them. We know that one positive experience can make a huge difference in the life choices of those growing up. I love inspiration as an agenda item because it allows me to look in our community for somebody who's inspirational, and I found him right here. We know how difficult it is growing up, transitioning from a child to an adult. We've all been there, and it's difficult, and we know it. We know that one who participates in high school athletics has an ability to learn the value of hard work while at the same time learning how to deal with adversity. You learn about mistakes. You also learn despite putting your best effort forward, sometimes you'll come up short. This past Friday night, the Hueneme High School football team season came to an end. It ended in the CIF finals. I've been following the team this season and have gotten to see firsthand just how amazing the Vikings are. We see the coaching staff's dedication and we see the community supporting them all the way. So tonight my inspiration is twofold. The entire Hueneme High School football team is inspirational as they, for the first time in 24 years, made it to the semifinals. That's a big, big feat. The Hueneme Vikings were the last Ventura County football team to be standing, and that's inspirational as well. Their journey was quite remarkable, and the second part of my inspiration came in late October at Carpinteria. The game against Carpinteria was a must-win in order for the Vikings to make it to the playoffs. In the second half, the Warriors were making a comeback. They scored a touchdown. They were down by 14. The Warriors kicked off, and the kick went all the way to number 24 right here on the 5-yard line. Number 24. Xavier Mendoza caught the ball and quickly in the grasp of the Warriors, he twisted, he turned, and he broke free, but he fumbled. He fumbled. And it led to a touchdown. And so now the Vikings are down 7 points. And it's a must-win game for the Vikings, right? So I'm watching Xavier. He comes to the sideline. He's upset with himself. He's having a hard time. And guess what? They got to kick off again. So Xavier goes out there. And the opposing team kicks the ball right to him. Maybe they thought he's going to fumble again. So he was in the grasp of these players, and he twists and he turns and he runs. And he ended up running about 160 yards for a touchdown. So, a football field is 100 yards. This kid ran over 160 yards to score that touchdown. I've told this story many times. I really have. Because it's like redemption, this kid, we all know when we have problems, sometimes we can't recover. And this guy recovered in 30 seconds. And he scored a touchdown. And that touchdown was really important because it secured their play into the playoffs. I'm not sure if this feat could have been planned, being able to recover from a disappointing place and turn it into a celebration. This is what the struggle is about for youth, learning it's okay to make a mistake and learning how to correct it. I do not know what the future holds for X, but I am pretty sure his experience with Hueneme High School Football will be with him for the rest of his life. I hope he tells his story 1,000 times as he grows into adult. Imagine one day in the future when you're a teacher or a coach and you have your team and someone's having a hard day, you'll tell your story of redemption. And that's going to go a long way and inspire youth in our community to do better. It is my hope to brand this story #24. So in the coming weeks, months, and years, when times are tough and things are not going your way, remember #24 because he did it. He overcame, and he ran, and he scored a touchdown. So, I'm not going to let you take it tonight. But I have one for the entire Hueneme Vikings football team. Your 22 season serves as an inspiration to all who follow in your footsteps. You suffered agonizing defeat early on and then rose to the playoffs. In doing so, you showed all those who look up to you how hard work and desire can produce results. The result was being in the CIF semifinals for the first time in 24 years. Despite suffering a loss in the game, you showed great sportsmanship, athleticism, and respect for the game. You played your hearts out, and you put your program in good position for the future. Then I have a certificate for you, and it reads like this. This is a quote. All the energy in the universe is evenly present in all places at the same time. We don't get energy, we release it. The triggering mechanism to release energy is desire. When you have a strong desire to do something, you will always have the energy to do it. This is a quote from Bob Proctor. On October 28th, 2022, you showed the world how to overcome hardship. After making a costly mistake, you harnessed the desire and unleashed an amazing run, resulting in a touchdown. Your touchdown lifted your team's spirits and propelled them into the playoffs and ultimately the CIF finals for the first time in 24 years. You, number 24, are an inspiration. Thank you. Would you like to say something?
I guess I'll say something. I'd like to thank the whole city for supporting the team all year. I know at first it looked kind of rough, but it looked really rough, but we overcame. We just wanted to put on a little bit something for the city because it had been 24 years before something happened. And by chance, they gave me the number 24, and I made that play, and it was just kind of crazy to me. Like the whole way through the playoffs, I was just thinking, I was like, I wear 24 and it's been 24 years, so I might as well try something big. And when I fumbled, I was kind of sad about it. And I was like, man, I know, I was like, man, I can't believe I did that. And then my coach gave me another chance, and it was just, the rest of my team told me, they were like, you're going to do something big, just wait. And it happened. And that had to be one of like my best moments since I started playing football.
Thank you so much for coming here tonight. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. I'm going to get these framed for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mendoza family, for being here tonight. We appreciate you as well. Thank you. Take care. Nice to meet you, sir. Take care. You bet.
Yeah, I just want to add, thank you, Hueneme High School and high school football team for making us all proud of you. And the experiences that all of the athletes participated will be something they'll keep for the rest of their life in a positive manner.
I think number 24, in number 24, that's a good number for you. That should be your good luck charm from now on. Congratulations. Thank you for coming.
So, Mr. City Attorney, can you please provide a report of the closed session?
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. There was no reportable action taken in closed session tonight.
Okay. Now we'll move to the general public comment. We will now hear general public comments not pertaining to items on the agenda. Any comments from those participating on Zoom? We'd like to ask you that you use the raise hand feature so we can call on you during the appropriate time. This will be the same process for comments pertaining to each agenda item as well. Staff will unmute your mic and you will have 3 minutes to provide your comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments tonight?
We have a public comment from Kathy Stolken.
Okay.
Hello, City Council. My name is Kathy Stolken, and I've lived on Surfside Drive for 22 years. The police presence in our city is almost non-existent. I remember when a police car was parked outside City Hall as a deterrent. The only time I see one or more units is when they're specifically dispatched. Otherwise, they're parked at the station. We have our own well-funded police department. Why aren't units visibly parked around the city? What about bike or ATV patrols? The beach area around Surfside consists of firecrackers being set off, homeless intimidating pedestrians, beachgoers, drivers doing donuts and racing on Surfside, mufflers of cars and motorcycles you can hear 2 to 3 miles away, car windows illegally tinted so you can't identify the driver. A week ago Friday, I was driving southbound on Ventura Road past the base. I was in the middle lane. A SUV went by me on my right. It was going 90 miles an hour or more. My car shook from the vibration of him going by, and he was being chased by a passenger car. And it was shocking. It was so reckless. I couldn't even believe it. And I know there's a lot of cars that race down Ventura Road. I wanted to know why cruisers aren't parked on the streets and parked in parking lots when they're not on call, being seen around the city. And I had personal emails with Ms. Perez, and essentially I got the idea that we're understaffed. The police are understaffed. And if that's the case, I'd like to know why. Thank you.
Next public comment is from Veronica Lopez.
Good evening, City Council. I actually want to say hi to Steve because he came to my house. But I wanted to address an issue that at the Bubbling Springs, and I've actually called the Recreation Department and reached out to a lot of actually Congress people about this issue. The Bubbling Springs Park that we have, it has a lot of bark that's on the playground for the little children. I know that there is funding that's going to be coming out for that, and I was wondering when that was going to happen. It actually is for the pour and play. It's very dangerous for the little children that are 2, 3 years old that are playing there to play in that area. If they get bark in their finger, which my granddaughter did, it could give them an infection if the bark is stuck in there, and they can actually lose their fingernail. And that's only 2 or 3 years old, 4 years old. That's so young, and it's so painful for them. So I'm wondering when this funding is going to come out, because I'm a very much of an advocate for that. And when is it going to happen? Because the funding's there for Bubbling Springs. I just kind of want to know when that's going to get done. Thank you for your time, and Steve Gamma, it was great to see you again. Good evening.
There are no other public comments. I just did want to mention we do have 4 received for item number 12.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
I'd like to introduce one of our stakeholders and partners. We have Fire Chief Joe Williams with us today. I didn't get to introduce him the last time we had council meeting. Chief, could you just stand up real quick?
Thank you. Yes.
Policy and procedures, but I'm not using it to communicate. I'm using it to take notes.
Point taken. Okay. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda? Madam Clerk, can you please take a vote?
I'll provide the motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Okay. We will now move on to presentations, the first of which is a cannabis report. the financial obligations of the Community Benefit Fund information that will be given by Finance Director Lupe Acero.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and members of the public. This evening, I'm providing a presentation on our cannabis business. So it's really an update based on the requests from council. And here are the three areas that I'm going to cover tonight. The sales performance of the businesses versus their original projections, the financial obligations to the city, and then their community contributions. And so in this first slide, I am providing sales information, and these are averages for what are the initial businesses. So these are the businesses that have a full 12 months of sales that have been in business for 12 months for each of these fiscal years. And for fiscal year 2020, the initial average, on average, the initial projections based on an average of 7 businesses was $5.8 million. And you can see their actual results for those same 7 came in at 7.6 million. And so they were about a little bit more than 30% higher, or 1.7 million higher than the original projection. In fiscal year 2021, initial projection was at 7.5. Again, that's the average per business. And then the actual was 9.1 or almost 9.2. So again, higher than 1.6 million higher than the initial projection. And then in 2022, you can see that the actual is pretty close to what they projected. On average, the average projection was 8.6 million, came in just a little bit higher than that, $56,000 on average higher than that. Now, in 2020-21, we had, just based on discussions with the businesses when they come in to make the payments, we had during COVID, businesses were closed. There were a lot of stimulus checks that were issued by the government. So it's a lot of money coming in to the households. And you can kind of see that in 2022, they've kind of leveled off versus their projections, but also considering inflation and cost of all the cost increases, they're still meeting their projections. And these numbers are fiscal year numbers. I know in the past, the chief also does some presentations on cannabis. He uses calendar year, but directionally, they're both directionally providing the same information. And then this slide reflects the reportable gross sales by fiscal year again, and what the city is receiving for the 5% contractual obligation. And so I went back and included 2019. 2019 was a lot softer. We had some businesses that didn't have the full 12 months. They were just starting off. So that's the total sales. So those is all businesses. Because in the previous slide, I only included 7, the ones that had all of the 12 months in this of sales. This is everyone included. And so the sales have gone from 25 million to now in fiscal year 22 at $62 million in sales. So you can see the growth. And the 5% contractual obligation to the city, in 2019, it was 1.2, almost 1.3 million. 2020, 2.1, and really 2.8 in 2021. And unaudited 2022 is $3.1 million. And then on this next slide, there was, just wanted to talk about the reporting and the businesses meeting their financial obligations. We have standardized since the inception of cannabis. We have made some progress in standardizing the monthly reporting. There's a standardized form that the businesses are required to complete, in which they include their gross monthly sales and they calculate the 5% that's due to the city. That form and the payment is due before the end of the following month. So, as an example, March, the payment would be due by the end of April. And we have a calendar, so we have all the businesses' calendar on when they're going to bring the payment. There's, for those businesses that are not bringing the payment in a timely basis or by the end of the following month, there's a 10% penalty that's assessed on past due balances. And so through now, as of now, we do have a couple businesses that have fallen behind. We're working with them. We typically send out letters. So right after they become delinquent, we send out reminder letters. But we do have some businesses that have fallen behind, and this will be covered in more detail as specifics as to which businesses they are when Mr. Tony Stewart updates on the development agreement review, which is coming up at the next council meeting, and then council meetings in following in January after the first of the year. So there'll be more details on that. And then in regards to the 1% contribution, here is the math, the calculation basically based on the sales, and that's the 1% that is being contributed to the nonprofits of the business's choice. And our chief of police right now currently does a really nice job of compiling this information because he's out working with the businesses, working on events. So this is a calculation. Right now, finance does not require them to provide us with the documentation. Like I said, we've standardized a lot of procedures since this started. But right now, the chief of police is really is the one that keeps track of the donations. We do have it on the form for them to provide us the donation amount, but because the donations don't happen monthly when they bring the payment, right now that's how it's being handled. But you can see the dollars from inception to 2022 of that 1%. And I have the information. So this is, the chief also provides this information when he does presentations. He does it on a calendar year basis, so the numbers are not going to tie out exactly. This one minus on a fiscal year basis. I do have his supporting worksheet for these numbers. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
For those dispensaries that are behind, what types of opportunities are we offering them? Are we working with them to get them caught up? What is the procedure like for that?
Yes, so for the businesses that don't bring, that are fall behind and haven't met their financial obligations, we send out letters demanding the payment, and in some cases that has worked and we have received payment. For those that are still outstanding, those are going to be covered when Mr. Tony Stewart covers the development agreement review, because we do have some that have outstanding balances. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I've always been concerned about the large amounts of cash that are coming through City Hall. Recently, I read about $500,000 being stolen from the county fair. Are they still paying in cash, and is there a way for them to pay with a cashier's check? In other words, take the cash to the bank and turn it into a cashier's check?
We have some businesses that pay via not necessarily a cashier's check, but they've been able to bank with credit unions. And so they do either bring a check or mail a check in. A cashier's check is going to be just an additional expense on the business because they have to pay for it.
It's not thousands of dollars, is it? I mean, how expensive
Yeah,
is
it
the
depends on
cashier's check?
the amount and then of the check, but most of them are still bringing in cash.
Yeah, I just again, I just think we've never been briefed or told about the process for that, but I think it's just very risky, and I would hope that we could find ways to make it foolproof.
Yeah,
makes
our
sense.
process for receiving check is pretty, I mean, we have the internal controls in place. It's basically the same as receiving cash for utility billing. I know it's a larger amount, but we have internal controls in place to prevent any type of fraud.
Do we have a carrier service that comes and picks up and?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Lupe, for your presentation. I have two questions. My first question is, are we ever going to receive a breakdown of all the funds that are being distributed to the nonprofits so that maybe we can celebrate some of those donations?
We have a breakdown. The chief has the information. I think he's presented that in the past. I'll get the slide, and I'm pretty sure he's presented it by organization, like what organizations have received funding.
Okay, but is this public information?
I believe so. I believe he's presented it in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, it is public. In fact, the businesses would like to know that they had contributed money to community benefit.
Okay. All right.
I would also say 80%, they coordinate with the city to find out what that we think, our community thinks are good things. Another 20%, they invest on their own without city participation.
And well, thank you for answering my question. And my second question is, can we use those funds to do things here in our city as opposed to just directly giving it to like a nonprofit? I mean, I guess we could give it to Reach and then Reach could do something with it, but is that something that we're allowed to do?
We don't receive the funds. The businesses donate the funds directly to the organizations.
But theoretically, they can donate it to Reach, and then Reach can then do something here in our city, such as like maybe even putting like a new soccer field or something big where we can also celebrate them. Either fixing up like say the bathrooms at the beach, or something that we ourselves can't afford right now, but maybe with these funds, maybe we could.
I would suppose that the businesses can donate to Reach. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a nonprofit organization.
Okay. Thank you, Lupe.
You're
And
welcome.
in terms of the breakdown, is that something that's going to be like, say, on our website or
The
yeah,
breakdown.
the breakdown of where the funds go to the nonprofits?
Let me find out where. I know there's some slides in the past that the chief has presented. They may already be, I don't know, but yes, I'll follow up on that. I'll let you know.
Thank you, Lupe.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a question regarding the process that the funds are distributed by or through. I know when I listened to a number of different groups when they first came up and how they were, they're tentatively planning on dispersing it to nonprofits. I heard Reach a number of different times, but I know as a member of Reach and other that I've never seen those funds actually go to Reach. Maybe they have, but actually they haven't. But I've heard a number of these different cannabis agencies say, we're going to give to this group, this group, this group, and Reach. But I've never seen that kind of addressing Mayor Pro Tem's concerns regarding, whether or not that money is going to the different groups. If they don't, do they have any kind of a time limit as to when they actually donate this money? Is it like on a monthly basis, they put it into a fund? Is it something that, like, I know you mentioned that they have a 10% penalty if they don't give the city their 5%. But for the nonprofits, is there any kind of a penalty if they, fall back on that promise?
Yeah, not a penalty that I'm aware of, but it will be part also of the development agreement review. And so that is part of their development agreement obligation. So Mr. Tony Stewart will be presenting that component as well. So it'll be the compliance with the development agreement.
Okay.
So that will be a component.
Yeah, I guess my other concern is that like the process as far as you mentioned, that they get together with the chief and the chief kind of decides how the funds are going to be spent, or how best to spend the funds. And I'm not sure if the council has been involved in that process.
I'll make a correction on that. That's not what I intended. To
Okay,
say.
I'm sorry.
He keeps the tracking spreadsheet because
Okay.
he's out in the city with on events, and so he keeps a tracking sheet that with all the 1% donations. He maintains that spreadsheet. Is
Okay.
what I meant to say. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? Councilperson Gama.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one more question. Are there any constraints as to where that 1% goes? Because I know that it has benefited the community in Oxnard. Like, for example, we provided a homeless shelter with beds. Great. I think we all supported that. I know one time we did the Channel Islands fireworks show. Again, we all supported that. But are we going to look at other ways to make sure that 1% is coming into our community? And perhaps Tony's going to cover that when we get updated. But I would like to see an explanation as do we have a policy, and should we not look at ways to make sure that money is being directed to the city of Port Hueneme?
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for the report.
Thank you. You're welcome.
So we will now move on to the second presentation, the Bubbling Springs Creek Clearing Update, to be given by Engineer Charles Cable.
We waited a really long time for this project to get started, and it's really nice to see it happening. Just filling dead air time.
Good evening. Can everybody see my screen?
We can see the screen. We can't hear you too well.
Oh, okay. Let's see. How about now? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and general public. My name is Charles Cable. I'm the Principal Engineer with the Public Works Department, and I'm here to provide an update on the Bubbling Springs Vegetation Removal Project. I'm going to give an overview of where we are and where we are going and what it took to get here. So the big question is, did it take so long? This slide highlights some of the many crucial steps that we needed to take to get to the point where we are today. We had to work with the Coastal Commission, California Fish and Wildlife, the secret process, and multiple public hearings. We need to prepare multiple documents, resolutions, obtain permits, permissions, and assemble a team just to get where we are today. We also had to work with some of the limitations that COVID presented. I do not intend to go through every step because most of you are aware of many of the steps as I visited council many times to seek approval for many of these items. But I do want to highlight some of the environmental documents that we have to obtain and some of the processes and agencies we had to go through. The biological resource assessment was necessary to document the existing conditions of the site and to evaluate the potential for impacts to sensitive biological resources. This was a requirement to be submitted with the application to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We needed a mitigated negative declaration that was prepared for the project when the initial study had identified potential effects on the environment. We obtained an agreement with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, which allows us to perform maintenance for the next 5 years. Obtained Coastal Commission permit allowing us to work within the coastal zone. We developed a turtle relocation program to ensure the southwest pond turtle is protected and other species. Every day, we have a biologist on site that prepares daily logs and documents site conditions.
Charles?
Yes.
Oh, we thought
So-
we lost you.
Sorry, I'm back. So some of the considerations that we had to consider was a periodic removal of debris and vegetation. We had to do this over, we have an agreement to do this over 5 years. We are limited to working between September to February due to nesting birds. We have approximately 40 days per year to complete the project. We are allowed to excavate the channel, but not to change the channel hydraulics. We're not allowed to use herbicide. We must have a biologist on site at all times. We're limited to removal of only 1/3 of the vegetation in any given year. And we had to develop the turtle relocation program. So the total site area is 6.6 acres, and we have approximately 4,175 feet to clear. Like I mentioned, we only allowed 40 days of work within a given period, and we had to prioritize and select areas, which areas were priority over others. We identified area 1 because of the cattail vegetation. You can see in the video on the right, some of the flooding. We're hoping to increase the channel and reduce flooding in area 1. Just above that bridge drive. And area 2, which is by Little League between Bard Road and Library Parking Lot. And then we have finally area 3, which is just
Mr.
from the
Cable, you're
public
cutting
open
in and out, so
drive between Wanimi Road and the Miranda Park. Okay.
it says your internet connection is unstable,
Yeah,
but try to continue on.
okay. Then we have area 3, which is Wanimi Road to the railway bridge by Lot F. Like I mentioned, area 1 was selected as the first section to reduce the risk of flooding. This is a quick slide showing the limits of the work of area 1 between Joyce Drive and Wanimi Road. This is area 2. We intend to use a backhoe and clear approximately 2,050 feet of cattails and California bulrush. And this is area 3. This area presents the most challenges because we need an excavator for long reach and due to the deepness of the banks. We plan to hit this area as the final spot this year in year 1. So our environmental permits limit the equipment usage and our time period. We have access issues with trees and native plants, structures, and even utilities. We have overhead utilities we have to work through. And we also have the sewer crossing by Surfside Motel. You can see that on the left-hand side. We found 1 turtle that we needed to relocate so far with our daily monitoring logs, and we have a biologist on site at all times. This is a picture presenting the differences between when the channel's not cleared by Joyce Drive and when it is cleared. It's a noticeable difference. You can see the impacts. This is a short video showing what it looks like with the creek cleared and with the vegetation in there. So today we were at Bubbling Springs. We between days 1 to 9, we did Joyce Drive to Wanimi Road. We completed the majority of the reed removal. We intend to come back and do some minor touch up, but most of the majority of the reed removal is removed. Days 9 to 10, we started working in the Little League area by Bard. These are a few photos of last Friday and today. We found several foul balls in the creek, even some rats. This is our schedule for the first year. Some of the points of interest, we started on the 3rd. Council awarded the contract on September 19th. We notified California Fish and Wildlife on October 13th. We started November 3rd. We have 40 days approximately to do the work. I want to point out that our rain days don't count. We didn't do any work on the 8th of November. So we subtracted that day and we added to the end. So if we meet our 40 days, we should be done by January 6th, but we anticipate rain days, so this schedule is subject to change based on the weather. In year 2, we plan to come back and do Surfside to J Street and Pleasant Valley Road to Clara Street, and to the previous areas from year 1. And that concludes my presentation. I'm ready for any questions you may have.
Questions? I just had one. Once all of the invasive species are removed, is there any recommended maintenance plan so it doesn't come back again? Or it's like, controlled so that it doesn't get to the level that it's gotten to at this point?
Well, the permit doesn't really allow for any spraying or use of herbicide, like what was previously done in previous years. Ours is, it has to be by mechanical means. We have a 5-year permit to do that. So we're going to monitor the areas for the next 5 years and maybe even look at extending the permit if we need to. But it all has to be done by hand. There might be options to look at herbicide in the future, but we would need to apply for permits for that.
So to develop an ongoing maintenance plan, would you then have to ask for another permission?
We're covered for the next, at least until 2026. But if we want to go beyond that, we have to ask for permission, yes. But we're allowed to be in there. Our ongoing maintenance is for 5 years, up until 2026. And we can only use, we can remove vegetation by mechanical means only, or by hand.
Well, any other comment? Well, okay, well, thank you very much for the report. I didn't see you.
You were asking for questions, but I do have a comment.
Okay. Comment.
Thank you, Mr. Cable, for your presentation. I know the community is very excited about this project, and it's looking gorgeous out there. I took a walk actually around Veterans Day, and took some photos of the area that had been cleaned up so far, and then other areas of Bubbling Springs, and I posted it on Facebook, and I have over 350 hits on my post, which to me is a huge indication how important this project is to our community. And so just thank you for the good work. I'm glad to see this is off the ground, and to see the results here today are just amazing. Thank you so much.
Yes, job well done. Thank you for getting all the permits and everything squared away so we can get this started. I know it's taking a really long time, but I'm glad to see progress. Thank you, and you and your staff.
Thank you very much. It's a team effort. I want to say thanks to Stephen Almkrantz, Ray Gutierrez, Don. We are getting a lot of positive feedback. I just want the community to know that we are protecting the turtles, and we're working within our guidelines.
Good. Okay, well, thank you again. We will now move on to the consent calendar agenda. We will now consider items on the consent calendar agenda, which will be enacted in one motion unless a council member has a request to remove an item for discussion. Do we have any? Yes, Councilperson Hernandez.
Yes, I'd like to request amendment to the minutes. So I don't know if we'd need to pull that item, or do I need to just?
You can
Well-
go ahead and
Okay,
state
so-
the amendment and then approve the entire consent calendar, including the amendment to the
Okay,
minutes.
so the requested amendment to the minutes has to do with our discussion on the city's policy and procedures. The update was provided to us at the last city council meeting, and I wanted to make sure that my statements are on record in terms of the city violations that I have observed over the last several years. I gave a list of what those violations were, and I'd like to see that reflected in the minutes. I think that if we're going to hold ourselves accountable, it's important that those statements like that get documented for historical purposes and reference. And I'm happy to give you the language. I can send you something tomorrow morning on what to include, if that's okay with the council.
I'm okay with it as long as all of our statements are accurately documented in the minutes.
Well, I'm just going to provide a summary. I'm not going to provide a verbatim, so.
I would like to pull number 7.
Okay, well, okay. So now we'll vote on everything but 3 and 7, correct? Or do we deal with each one of those
So
independently?
right now you can make a motion to include item number 3 with amendments, pull item number 7 for discussion, and approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
So do we need a vote on number 3?
Yes,
part of the
that it would be part of that. So
It's not, well, we just pulled it for.
No, but I already made the amendment.
Did we approve the amendments?
we're
We're going
to right now. So who is making that motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda without item 7.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. So the Councilmember Gama.
I'm confused. I heard Councilmember Perez ask for number 3 to be pulled as well.
No,
No,
seven.
no, 7.
7?
Yeah, 3 is the minutes.
3 is the minutes?
Yes.
Okay, so should we all provide a summary of our own statements though? Because I feel like,
No, I'll go ahead and do that particular section. Or are we concerned about the council policies and procedures?
So do we all provide input into number 3?
For accuracy and posterity's sake, it would be better if the minute taker took them directly from the recorded meeting.
that's basically what I'm asking.
Yes, I will go
Because-
ahead and do that.
Okay.
And so there's no need for a council member.
The
Or-
minutes will come back at the following meeting.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Okay.
So I have a motion and
I will give the second. Okay, then,
Councilmember Gama.
yes.
Okay. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
And Mayor Rollins.
Yes. Now we will move on to number 7.
Yes, I would like to amend this to exclude the payment for his absence for work because it sets a precedence that we haven't been doing. There's been several conferences where I've had to miss work myself and others had to miss work, and I think it sets a bad precedence that we pay for employment time when these are volunteer opportunities and not something we're mandated to do. So I'd like to amend to exclude that amount only.
I just would like to make the comment that Mayor Pro Tem does incur a financial loss by going to city business because of the contract that the school district has. And I think it has to do with reimbursing for substitute costs, I think. Is that
I
what-
also incur a financial loss. I'm a contract employee and I do not get paid for the days that I go to conferences and other city business, and I wouldn't even think to ask the city to pay back my employment because I do not have to be there. These are volunteer opportunities, not mandated. So I think our employment and our, what we get paid, I think that's completely optional and up to us. It's not something that we necessarily have to do. I don't even get a vacation for mine, but. So I think if we're going to do one, it should be across the board, and I don't know that the city wants to set that standard.
So I don't plan on voting on this one. I'm going to recuse myself, but hopefully it's okay that I speak up on this matter since it does, deal with me going to represent the city. Josh Chancellor, he's on the board of trustees, and he's also a teacher at Frontier High School, and he's the one that told me about it because I mentioned to him that I've already taken a good amount of personal days to go on city business, and he's the one that told me, hey, just so you know, our district has a policy that allows 10 days to be paid from because I am a city council member, and so that's who gave me the idea, and that's why I brought it up. Since I've been using personal days myself. So it's a policy from our school district.
Do we have a policy here on the books to do this?
There is no precedent and no policy. The amount that is paid is for substitute teachers to cover those classes in his absence. Mayor Pro Tem is not getting paid for those days off. It's to cover substitute teachers.
yes, but I will say again, I took a week off for a Cal League conference and had nobody to come in and do my work to pay or to substitute the work that I was not doing. So I mean, and I would never even think to have the city pay for that because I chose to go to that conference. It was optional. It is not mandated. This is not a mandated, it's completely optional. It's one we choose to be on when we go to select our committees. It's one you choose to be on. It's not something you have to. So I just think it's setting a precedence. This will be the new set of precedence for going forward. That council members will be asking to have costs for their employment reimbursed. And I think it's a bad thing to start doing now.
May I ask a question, though?
Of course, Councilperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you said there's no precedent for this, Mr. City Manager, is there examples where other city councils have employed this mechanism for reimbursing for substitute teacher costs?
Yes, there was not a city council, but a board member that applied for and received the same compensation for the substitutes in order to cover substitute teaching in the absence on board-related business. In fact, we used the example of that single event in order to craft our own staff report.
The committees that we're appointed to do carry some level of responsibility. We are supposed to show up for these meetings. We are supposed to come back and report on the outcomes of these meetings. I would not, yes, we are here voluntarily, but when we're appointed to a committee, we have a certain responsibility that comes with it. I think this is very unusual, though. I just,
No, I
it
agree with
seems-
you,
yeah.
but at least 3 times a month, I'm in a committee meeting where I have to take out 3 hours of my job to sit. Luckily, right now, they're in Zoom, but soon they'll be starting up where I have to travel to LA. So I'm not going to be asking for, and I shouldn't be asking for reimbursement for those costs when I'm out of the office and someone else is doing my job.
I was going to say, I'm retired now, so, but when I was working, if I was to take on the responsibility of a city councilman, the amount that they would reimburse me for the job that I would will vary depending on the type of job that we have. 450 for a substitute teacher. You could be
For 3 days.
for 3 days. It could be a lawyer or a doctor that gets quite a bit more that they have to substitute for them to fill in that particular area. So like, I mean, this could be quite a bit based on what your normal job might be. It could, some people make $20 an hour, some people make $200 an hour, and are we going down a tough path to be able to pay for those people when that's why you become a city council person?
That's my point.
My distinction here is a little different because the school district is asking to be reimbursed for the cost to cover his absence, not to cover his sick leave or vacation or accumulated leave. So that's a little different. I mean,
It's not different. I could have my boss call in and ask the city to reimburse me for my absence.
right, but they have a policy that says you have to reimburse the school district for the cost of the sub. So it
Okay,
is a
well,
little different. It's not.
But that's neither here nor there. I have made my request and we can vote on it, and that's what we need to do.
Just for the record, Councilmember Hernandez, I thought she was gonna be able to go, but she couldn't go. I think it was pushed out to everybody and nobody was able to go, not city staff and anyone else. And I've been working really hard on trying to get the sister city committee with Puerto Vallarta for last year. I'm the only one that speaks fluid Spanish on the city council, and I mean, if not approved, I'm not gonna be able to go just because I've already used up all my other personal days. I did it last year and I did it this year, so.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 7.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem, oh, sorry, abstaining, and Mayor Rollins.
No.
Motion fails.
Is there a reason that, well, I guess I can understand why he's abstaining or recusing himself from the decision, so never mind. So it appears then that if Mayor Pro Tem Martinez cannot attend, then that essentially removes us from engaging in the Sister City program. So that's the cost.
And-
That's the
and-
downside.
And you chose not to do it because,
I have a already planned trip during the time that they're going.
which is a financial obligation because you already planned that trip.
Yes,
Yeah. So I mean, I'll,
so I'm not asking for
I-
reimbursement.
we've already made a vote. Ultimately, the reason why I would vote for that is we all have different types, be it jobs or vacation plans or something like that, and we
Oh.
take on this responsibility. When I sign up for a committee, it's a volunteer thing. So anyway, we voted on it. Okay, moving on to number 8. Adoption of a resolution ratifying, oh no, that we're already, okay, so then do we move? So we've approved all of the different consent, okay. So now we're moving on to number 10, plan development / conditional use permit number PHCU-862, major modification number 1, and developmental agreement number PHDA 863, major modification 1, Skunk Masters Cannabis Consumption Lounge located at 233 East Channel Islands Boulevard. Do any members of the city council have any conflicts to disclose? Madam Clerk, do you have a proof of publication as required by law? Do we
Yes.
have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes.
Will staff present the report? Mr. Stewart?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Good evening. I am going to actually turn this over to Jose Coyote, our assistant planner, and he will take over from here. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. Tonight, before your consideration is the Skunk Masters Cannabis Consumption Lounge. This is CUP 862 with a development agreement 863, major mod number 1 for tonight. Having issues here with the
That's working.
Thank you. So a little bit background. The applicant, Patricia Tatum, on behalf of Freedom First Association Incorporated, is requesting approval to operate a cannabis consumption lounge. This is in conjunction with the Skunk Masters Cannabis Dispensary. The location will be at 233 East Channel Islands Boulevard. This site is Zone C1, General Commercial. City's cannabis ordinance and implementing resolutions pertaining allow cannabis uses within the C1 zone, subject to approval of a certificate of approval, a conditional use permit, and a development agreement. Also consistent with the general plan land use designation of commercial. The applicant obtained an amended conditional certificate of approval on October 21st, 2022, as a result of providing an updated application package, which included discussions of upgrades to safety, security, and this was also approved by the police department and our HDL consultant, community benefits, regulatory compliance, etc. A little bit more about the conditional use permit for this lounge. The surrounding uses of the site to the north include multifamily residential communities. To the south is the Channel Islands Boulevard right-of-way with the Naval Base Golf Course beyond that. And to the east and west are similar general commercial uses. The nearest school is located 3,100 feet away, and that is Marina West Elementary in the city of Oxnard. The site plan does not have any changes to the exterior, and floor plan, there is a combination of 4 suites on the first floor into a single 2,182 square foot consumption lounge. Here's an aerial view of the site. As can be seen here, it is north of Channel Islands Boulevard, and it is west of Madera Court. To recap, in order to stay competitive in the growing local cannabis market, on March 21st, 2022, the City Council approved an amended cannabis ordinance allowing a maximum of 5 cannabis consumption lounges to be operated in the city in conjunction with existing dispensaries. This application is the second such application to be processed and was submitted for City Council's consideration. A discussion of how the proposed business operations will be in compliance with the city's recently adopted regulations for the operation of cannabis consumption lounges will be detailed in the following slides. First, each lounge would be operated by a dispensary currently in business with the city of Port Hueneme. As noted before, the subject proposed cannabis consumption lounge will be owned and operated by the same owners of the Skunk Masters dispensary, which have been in operation in the city since 2019. The lounge would be located immediately adjacent to or within the existing dispensary. There will be direct access between the Skunk Masters dispensary and the proposed consumption lounge via an employee-only security-controlled door from the consumption lounge reception area to the cannabis dispensary's employee servicing area. Thus, the Skunk Masters dispensary and lounge will be both located at 233 East Channel Islands Boulevard. The lounge would be member-only. This would allow the city and the management to have better control over the clientele, including behavioral, limiting intoxication, limiting the number of patrons in the lounge at one time. The proposed lounge will be members only. Members will be required to abide by house rules, otherwise their membership will be terminated. Members will be required to reserve the spots either within the lounge or online. This will enable Skunk Masters to control the number of patrons in the lounge at any given time, as well as to better interact with and observe the patrons, i.e. for intoxication. Further, the Skunk Masters lounge staff will be trained and certified annually on how to recognize intoxication, counteract intoxication, and how to de-escalate situations, health and safety standards, and ID verification. There's going to be 2 types of ways to become a member. The first one would be members may sign up for regular monthly memberships, which would be at a cost of $100 per month for unlimited hours worth of visits. In addition, there will be a one-time guest option of $15 for maximum 1-hour-long visits to the lounge on a first-come, first-served basis. This one-time guest option will be limited to 1 individual use per month. Finally, existing cannabis lounge members have the option for a party room rental for private gatherings at a rate of $150 per hour. The party room rental includes private concierge services. All guests will be greeted by reception upon arrival. The receptionist will verify that the customer's reservation as well as verify membership and age. Only patrons 21 years of age or older will be allowed inside the lounge. Finally, a cap of 5 lounges would be allowed in the city. If approved, this subject cannabis consumption lounge will be the second approved in the city and thus does not affect the total cap. The lounge should be regulated with regard to operation, odor control, etc., in the same manner as the affiliated dispensary. Here on the slide, there's varying ways that the cannabis facility will meet this. In short, the existing Skunk Masters dispensary and lounge will be operated in a similar manner that meets all the regulatory requirements, which include the sealing of cannabis items in prepackaged, sealed packages, and also the waste of cannabis will be discarded the same as the current dispensary. There will also be changes to a closed-loop HVAC system in order to mitigate any odors. Walls will be sealed and soundproof, and additional security will be provided on-site to help with on-site loitering, crime, and consumption. In addition, the operating hours will be 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily, with last call for cannabis orders at 9 p.m. These hours are consistent with city regulations. Lounge policies will require cannabis to be sold only in single serving amounts, which will allow the server to evaluate the customer after each purchase. Limited prepackaged non-cannabis food and beverage products will also prepackaged non-cannabis food and beverage products will be offered. However, no food preparation will occur at the site. No outside cannabis or paraphernalia will be allowed. Customers will be required to buy or rent heat sticks since customers may not bring their own. Use of any other substances except for tobacco will be prohibited. Customers will only be allowed to consume cannabis in their designated reserved areas. All members will be required to sign a membership agreement that requires them to use ride service if the lounge determines that they are too intoxicated to drive. Furthermore, if a patron violates this policy, they will be terminated and banned from returning to this lounge. Here at the site, here's the site plan again. It's split up. As can be seen here, the parking lot area is to the north, and all of these exterior improvements will not change as part of this request. The floor plan, there will be a merger of all of those 4 different suites into one continuous lounge consumption area. As can be seen, the main lounge area will be taking place in the center, where the party rental will be located to the west, and then to the east there'll be a Zen room with 4 beanbag chairs. The use for that space is for a more relaxing experience outside of the main lounging area. And as can be seen on the south-facing side, there will be a reception area with a couple of chairs for people to wait while they're being verified. One thing to note is also on the east side of this, between the reception area and basically that door that leads into the dispensary, will be the way that people will come and go, employees will come and go back and forth with security escort with the different cannabis products coming from the dispensary for use of that lounge. As part of this entitlement, there is a development agreement. Development Agreement 863 was approved between the city and the applicant on October 21st, 2019. To include the proposed consumption lounge under the purview of the existing Development Agreement 863, a supplemental development agreement, which will be known as Development Agreement 863 Major Modification Number 1, is proposed, which will continue to require the applicant to agree to pay a contractual payment of 5% of the business annual gross revenue and maintain all books and records accurately and pay for up to 2 audits per year. And finally, obtain a certificate of occupancy for the consumption lounge within 1 year after Development Agreement 863 Major Modification Number 1 becomes effective. CEQA, the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, known as CEQA, pursuant to Section 15301 of the Governmental Code. In the project, the cannabis consumption lounge is similar in nature to those retail uses, and applicants are proposing to occupy 4 existing suites inside the existing building with no exterior modifications proposed. Therefore, the proposed use involves negligible or no expansion of use of that existing at the time of the lead agency's determination. This slide highlights the financial impact. Based on a 3-year pro forma, the applicant expects the following gross revenues to be generated by the consumption lounge. In addition to the existing dispensary, as seen in years 1, 2, and 3. For gross revenues, it is anticipated in year 1 to be slightly above 2.1 million, year 2, 2.3, and the final year 3 is 2.6. For the requirement of the Development Agreement 863 Major Mod Number 1, the amount of revenue the city would receive annually based on a rate of 5% of the annual gross retail would be year 1 would be that 108,000, year 2 119, and then on year 3 131. Recommendation that the City Council, 1, open the public hearing to take testimony and documentary evidence, and 2, close the public hearing and consider the evidence, and 3, after considering the evidence, adopt resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme granting approval of conditional use permit number PHCU-862 Major Mod Number 1, Skunk Masters Cannabis Consumption Lounge, and 4, introduced by title only, waiving further readings, an ordinance approving and adopting a development agreement under California Code Section 65864 to 65869.5, and ordinance number 784 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code relating to modified operation of a cannabis facility for Freedom First Association, Inc., with adoption to follow the next regularly scheduled city council meeting, and 5, take such additional related actions that may be desirable. And that concludes staff's presentation. The only thing to highlight is that there was an error in printing of both the agenda and the staff report, referencing ordinance number 780 instead of 784 as seen in the previous slide.
Sorry, Mayor, I just wanted to make a quick note that the recommendation is also to find the project exempt under CEQA.
Does council have any questions of staff? Only questions will be taken at this time. Comments and discussion will be heard later. Question?
I want to make sure I understand this correctly. So when I go to a bar, I can't bring my own beer. Does that rule apply to these lounges as well?
Yes, actually, alcohol and cannabis are not allowed to be sold in the same location.
My question is,
Can you bring in your own cannabis?
yes.
No,
Okay, so they're going to sell cannabis.
correct. They will be selling the product that they sell in the dispensary and bring it over to the lounge area. And just like these wheelhouse lounge as well, even the equipment, for instance, what clients will smoke the cannabis with, will be supplied by Skunk Masters. They cannot bring in their own.
And every sale therein, 5% comes to the city?
Correct. So this is basically, and your staff report shows a comparison of what the existing dispensary brings in now. And then in addition to that would be what the lounge is proposed to bring in. So it will be in addition to the dispensaries, the existing dispensaries sales.
And the lounge will be open the same days the dispensary is open, pretty much 7 days a week? And the time?
That is correct. The timing is a little bit different just because there is a lost call at 9. However, there is going to be another hour or so for the staff to close out and the patrons to be evaluated and then leave the facility.
So on this, is it accurate to say that they're projecting, I'm trying to do the math, like daily sales? So I think it's 2.1 million per year. And if we were to divide that by 365, then we would come up with the estimated daily. Is that correct?
It will, yes and no. It will be a variety of things, not only the sale of the cannabis, but also there could be additional products. Again, the rentals, as well as the rental of the party room, for instance. So there will be several factors that total that daily sales total.
Yeah, because I'm trying to do my calculations here, and it seems like they're projecting $5,000 a day in sales.
Well, their current dispensary sales are fairly accurate now,
Okay.
so we do trust their numbers, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I had a few. And maybe it's in the report. How long, if somebody goes to the cannabis lounge at 9 a.m. in the morning, how long can they hang out at the cannabis lounge? Could they be there all day?
So there's strict limits on how much consumption can happen, and that's tied to 1 hour of actual consuming cannabis products per day. So you can't be there loitering for more than 1 hour with actually consuming cannabis products.
So after they consume the cannabis, I mean, obviously there's a period of time that they can be there, and that's only 1 hour after the last puff.
Yeah, that essentially it'd be up to the membership exactly how long they can go ahead and stay there once they've consumed 1 hour of their product, but they would not be allowed to sell any more to that particular customer. It's anticipated that they may be there for a couple of hours, especially if they're part of the party rental, and they're there with a group of people that maybe have not consumed their full hour. And have started in different sort of sections, but in no way can they overlap or go to different parties in the same venue for more than 1 hour.
Okay, so
Yeah.
unlike, say, a bar, you can't be there all day.
Correct.
Okay.
The other thing I would like to add real quick too is just, again, to get back to making that $5,000 a day. It would be incumbent upon the business owners to also move the patrons through, so to speak,
Sure.
because there will be strict occupancy limits, not only based on the CUP, but also because of fire department regulations.
The one thing that I know, we had an earlier conversation, maybe it's also included, the revenue stream that we get through the Cannabis Lounge, does that also apply to the 1% that goes to nonprofits? Or are they, because I know I didn't see that in the,
They would be consistent with the dispensary, so it'd be the 5 plus the 1%.
they'll get 1%, okay. And then, are they taking over any other businesses, or they're just staying within the confines of what they have right now?
So when the Tatum's leased that building, they pretty much leased most of the first floor. It was not fully built out at the time. At this point, they're building out more of it. So they will stay within their existing leased area, but they'll be basically using more of it for the lounge.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. We are now going to open the public hearing and take public comment. The public hearing is now open at 8 o'clock. Do we have any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay. So therefore, I will close the public hearing. The public input has concluded. I will now close the public hearing at 8:01. We have a recommendation before us that was just previously stated. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve?
Second.
Okay. Invite discussion, a motion. After discussion, do we have any discussion on this motion? Yes.
I just want to say that for the benefit of our listeners and our audience here, that we did approve a similar contract for Wheelhouse. And Skunk Masters and Wheelhouse were two of the original cannabis dispensaries that started here in Port Hueneme. And they have really been stand-up businesses, both of them. And so I feel very comfortable and trust that the Tatums will act responsibly and handle their business responsibly. And I guess that's why I think I'm explaining why we're not having a whole lot of discussion on this, because I feel confident that all the T's have been crossed and the I's dotted in this agreement. So that's all.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can we please take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes.
We will now move to number 11. Appeal of the city denial of application for certificate of approval for beachside delivery service proposed at 720 North Ventura Road, Suites 1-3. Do any members of the city council have any conflicts to disclose? Madam Clerk, do you have a proof of publication as required by law? Do we have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Will staff please make the report? Mr. Stewart.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, staff, audience. Go ahead and get right to this. Kevin, did you want to start off with some comments?
I certainly can. I see Mr. Conlon is online and he represents the applicant or appellant in this. At the last, this matter has been appealed in the past. This was appealed, I believe it was September 8th, 2020. And at the beginning of that, I gave a little bit of advice to council, neutral advice regarding the nature of appeals and quasi-judicial hearings. And Mr. Conlon, please feel free to jump in here if you disagree with anything I say. In essence, the council will be sitting as a judge, will be sitting as a neutral, and is on a fact-finding mission. And Mr. Conlon and Mr. Stewart will both present their case. The job of this council in a quasi-judicial proceeding, which is a little bit different than some of the other quasi-legislative public hearings that this council has undertaken, is to really act as a judge, to determine what the facts are, make findings of those facts, and make findings that the facts support whatever conclusion the council deems fit to give. It's very important during these proceedings to show your work. And so that's really what's being asked of the council tonight, is to sit in a quasi-judicial capacity as a judge would and hear a dispute between two parties.
Mr. Spalding, I didn't understand one thing you said. I think you said show your work, or what was that?
Right, kind of, referencing high school math where you can't just state your conclusion. You have to show which facts you found, why they were persuasive, and how they ultimately led to the conclusion the council did.
As a group, we do this?
As a group.
Or singularly?
As a group.
As a group. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. So this is an appeal, as Mr. Spalding just mentioned, by Jonathan Witt and Joe Kyle, representing Beachside Delivery Service, of the city's Cannabis Business Application Review Committee's third denial of the applicant's request for a certificate of approval to operate a cannabis delivery-only business from 720 North Ventura Road, Suites 1 to 3. And see highlighted in yellow there, the subject site just south of the Taco Bell, just south of East Pleasant Valley Road, with Casa Pacifica next door or across the street. Now, before I go on, I'd like to actually start squashing a few of the myths and allegations that were included in the correspondence provided to you by Mr. Conlon. First of all, I'm not, as the Community Development Director, the only person acting on these applications. So this evening I have with us our committee, and that includes Chief Andrew Salinas. Chief Salinas primarily looks at these applications for the security and safety plans, as well as for the neighborhood compatibility and the local charitable contributions portions of the applications. We then have Community Development Programs Manager Vaughn Nava. She actually couldn't be here tonight because she was in a very strange auto accident yesterday, but is okay. And our assistant planner, who you just met and heard from, Mr. Coyote. And they assist me in several areas. They field calls just from the inquiries from the public about our cannabis program. When we get new applications in, we sit down with the applicants and go over the applications, and we also then route the applications to the various committee members for their review. As you saw, Mr. Coyote is going to be hopefully taking over all of our, or at least almost all of our public hearing items when they get to you in that phase. They both participate in the building construction phase, which we'll talk about in the next slide. And at the end of the phase, right before the business is open, Yvonne basically coordinates the issuance of a certificate of approval and the business license. We also have, sitting behind me here, Economic Development Consultant for the city, Steve Kinney. And Steve's primary function is reviewing the financial parts of the applications, and I'll discuss the importance of that later on. Sitting next to me here is Matt Eaton from HDL, and behind Steve is Michelle Shaw. We formerly also had Cammie Miller with HDL, and she was the primary consultant who looked at these applications. However, she has since moved on. Matt's taken over, and Michelle, like I said, is here. And not only do they review these applications primarily for the application's consistency with our local ordinance and implementing resolution, but also with state law. In addition, after the businesses are open, both Matt and Michelle provide the annual inspections of our businesses. And then finally, we have me, the Community Development Director here. And prior well, basically, I should say, right around when I started working here back in April of 2017, one of the first things I was tasked with was to put together our cannabis implementation program that had just been recently adopted by the city council. And so working with former city manager, Mr. Butler, former city attorney, Charlie Green, Steve Kinney, and HDL staff, we came up with this program I'm going to mention to you here shortly. Chief Salinas also had quite a bit of input on that. And since the city council at the time decided that we would not have a lottery system, we were not going to limit the number of applications received at the time, we came up with the following program. And it's basically 4 phases. The first phase is where we are tonight, which is the certificate of approval. And this is not a planning entitlement. That comes in the second phase. This is a quasi-judicial application package review that is not per the city's zoning ordinance. Instead, it is based on the city's cannabis ordinance and primarily the implementing resolution. The implementing resolution, which has been updated several times, spells out the steps and the items that need to be put within a certificate of approval application package and which need to be complied with in order to be deemed complete and allow the applicants then to move on to the second phase. The implementing resolution also mandates that the city manager or his designees, in this case it would be the review committee, are the body that approve or disapprove the certificate of approval. Now, assuming that a certificate of approval comes in, and they often do, in fact, most of them take 2 or 3 tries, if they are incomplete, I coordinate a letter with the help of the other members, primarily Mr. Eaton, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Kinney, and Chief Salinas. I get their comments and I coordinate them into a letter. And the reason why you see, and Mr. Conlon has seen so much of my signatures, is because, again, I was tasked with doing this by the City Council back in 2017. So as part of that process, if I have questions while I'm reviewing an application, I will seek input or clarification from our committee members. Not that I'm second guessing them, it's that I want to make sure that the application, the letter going back to the applicants, is complete so that they're not having a moving target. Assuming that we finally get to the completion stage, at least of the written part, the committee then invites the applicants, and only the applicants, not their consultants, which they sometimes hire to put together their packets. And so we sit down, we meet them, and we also find out if they know what's in their application package. And we have in several cases found out that the applicants really didn't know what was in their packets that their consultants put together for them. And so in those instances, we basically held the applications in abeyance. We asked that the applicants go back, reevaluate, get themselves some actual education and training in the cannabis world, so to speak, to demonstrate that they actually know how to run an a business successfully. In one case, the applicant succeeded and is now operating successfully their business. In another case, the applicants chose to sell their application to a different entity, and after that entity was vetted, it's now been approved as well. And sometimes we get applicants that just, they get the first letter back from us and realize the city has a very robust, strict program, and so they simply decide not to move forward. And all of this is because, again, we want to make sure that our applicants are going to successfully run a business, because the reason why the city council, let's be honest, back in 2016, implemented the cannabis program was for a revenue source. We were in a structural deficit at the time, and it was pretty much a last resort. And as Ms. Acero showed you earlier, we've been very successful, and we'd like to continue that success. So we want to make sure that our applications and our applicants run the businesses successfully, both financially, but also in compliance with all local and state laws, because this is a highly regulated field. The state actually just issued their streamlined set of regulations to us a couple weeks ago, and they're still 214 pages long. There are a lot of regulations that need to be complied with. Plus, we have our own regulations here. So again, we want to make sure that applicants are going to be able to run their businesses successfully. And this is very onerous and process to go through. I basically have in front of me the first application package that came in from Beachside Delivery. We've since seen 5 others, including the latest, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And at the end of the day, you may recall BB&SE, our last delivery business that was approved, and they're actually now given a certificate of occupancy. This is what their final application would look like. So there's a lot of documentation in here, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So if they pass muster, then they move on to the second stage, which is the planning entitlement phase, which is what you just experienced in our last public hearing. This is governed by the zoning ordinance. It is for a conditional use permit, a development agreement between the developer and the city, and includes CEQA. And this is where you come into play because you as the city council take the final action on these planning entitlements. And you can either approve them, deny them, or modify them as you see fit. As we saw tonight, there are a couple phases of planning entitlements. The first phase is for the action on the conditional use permit via resolution, and then the introduction of the ordinance for the development agreement. Then the applicants, their application for the development agreement and the actual adoption of the ordinance will come back at a subsequent city council meeting. And then the actual ordinance takes effect on the 31st day after that second meeting. So during that time, we can move into phase 3, which we generally try to have our applicants not submit their building plans until after that second reading takes place. And then hopefully if it's a perfect world for them, they'll actually be through the plan check review process and get their permits at the 31st day. And then they go through the construction process, obtain their certificate of occupancy. And I do want to mention that this is all at this point ministerial. They're just subject to the building permit requirements. And then at the end of everything, once they have their certificate of occupancy in place, they may obtain their business license. The reason why I want to mention all of this is because in Mr. Conlon's first letter to you of June 17th of 2021, he cites a couple of court cases, and both of those court cases actually have to deal with planning entitlements and therefore are not relevant to where we are here. In the last letter he just sent to you this past November 17th, he cites 2 more court cases. The first one has to do with the variance, which again is a planning entitlement, and the second one has to do with the business license not being issued. Again, both of those are not applicable to where we are in this process today, which is the certificate of approval. So I want to give you a history of why or how we got to be here this evening. So back in January of 2019, we had an application filed by Mr. Jonathan Weisfuss for a certificate of approval for Beachside Farms, a delivery service at the subject location. However, Mr. Weisfuss did not disclose a criminal background and therefore was automatically disqualified for moving forward in the process per state law. So in October that year, with Mr. Weisfuss now as a property owner, and I believe Mr. Witt is as well, Mr. Witt and Mr. Kyle also applied, said for this document right here, for a certificate of approval for beachside delivery cannabis. And upon review, the application was deemed incomplete by the review committee for a variety of reasons. For instance, incomplete financials, standard operating procedures or SOPs, inconsistencies in some of the documentation, such as the safety and security plans and exhibits. At the time, this wasn't considered to be anything too unusual because, again, we see this on most of our applications. So the applicants resubmitted. And so resubmittal number 1 came in a couple months later and again was deemed incomplete by the review committee for several of the same issues, although we did acknowledge that some of the issues had been resolved. But we still had incomplete financials, safety plan, SOPs, and the exhibits. Again, not entirely unusual, so they moved on. The committee allowed them to do so. And a couple months later, we received resubmittal number 2. And I want to say a couple months later, because normally we see several months go by because the applicants take their time to try to get everything correct. With resubmittal number 2, it was again deemed incomplete by the review committee for same issues, including the financials and the SOPs. Then a couple months later, we had resubmittal number 3. And this became, this is where the committee started getting a little bit concerned with the applicants. First, once again, the financials and the SOPs were not addressed. And instead of addressing a couple of the issues that were outstanding in the fire suppression plan, it and the security plans were omitted entirely from the application package. In addition, the applicants on their own admitted that they were within 600 feet of the Boys and Girls Club. And so we hadn't, as the committee, mentioned this in the past to them as a concern, because if you look, for instance, on Google Earth, it looks like they're within 700 feet, but over 600 feet. So we didn't think it was an issue until they raised it. Now, Mr. Conlon accuses me in his latest letter of jumping to conclusions, but if he had seen in the correspondence or paid attention to it, he would have seen that actually, before denying the application, I reached out to Ms. Miller at HDL, and I asked her if the being within 600 feet of Boys and Girls Club was the same disqualifier as it is when a cannabis business is located near a school. Per state law, as you are well aware, we just heard how close our businesses are to schools. The minimum distance is 600 feet. Some cities have a larger distance, we don't. But anyway, Ms. Miller stated that yes, the being within 600 feet of a Boys and Girls Club was basically the same as being within 600 feet of a school, and so it automatically disqualified the application. However, even though I've been accused of being mean, in the letter, I basically, even though we stated this and stated what the outstanding issues were, we didn't say that the applicants couldn't resubmit, and so they did. And with resubmittal number 4, they provided a survey that showed that the Boys and Girls Club was indeed further than 600 feet from the subject site. But we also noted that the application package still contained the same errors and omissions that we'd been asking about be corrected in the past, again, mainly financials and SOPs. And it was still missing the security and fire plans, and so we denied the application this time because, and I'll explain later in one of our findings specifically why we were concerned. On September 8th, 2020, you heard the first, or the last, I should say, we had the last hearing on the previous appeal. And at that hearing, the city council, after hearing the testimony for quite a long time, by a vote of 3-2, took action to uphold the appeal at the time and allow the applicants to continue pursuing their certificate of approval. However, at the hearing, the city council did acknowledge the applicants' continued repeated omissions and incomplete items from the previous application submittals, noted the overall lack of care in putting together these application submittals, and also provided the caveats, and I quote, that this resubmittal would be the last chance and that the application must not be incomplete. And these are quotes from the actual recording of that meeting that I took. So, subsequent to that, we waited approximately 6 months. During that time, I was informed that the applicants had hired a new consultant to put together the revised application package, which sounded good because generally the consultants know what they're doing, one would hope. And so with several back and forth emails, letting the new consultant know what the city's requirements are, we subsequently received this package. And this package, what I'm showing you, and yes, I did determine it to be in an email skimpy, is because the application not only contained much of the same information that was erroneous and incomplete from before, but in some instances, certain sections such as the SOPs were omitted altogether. So I'll go through this in more detail in a few slides, but again, the committee reviewed and denied the application for the same basic reasons as previously. The applicants filed an appeal subsequently. However, they filed an appeal directly to the mayor and not to the city manager, as the implemented resolution requires, and was also noted in the letter of denial to them. And so staff subsequently set a public hearing date for September 9th of 2021. However, the applicants instead submitted a Public Records Act request requesting copies of all of the cannabis documents the city has prepared for all of the cannabis businesses here in the city thus far. And that is a monumental amount of documentation that staff and particularly City Attorney Spalding had to put together. We thought we had it all together. However, in December, we were informed by Mr. Conlon that there were some documents he felt were missing. So we continued, or at least Kevin at that point continued to supply more documents. And as of April of this year, without hearing further from the applicants, we assumed that the PRA request had been completed. However, the applicants filed for further requests for information. So in July, we received our last contact from Mr. Conlon up until this past week. And due to a lack of further contact, we went ahead and set this forced hearing date for tonight. Now let's talk about why we're here tonight. So we've talked about how we got here. Let's talk about why. This application package that came in April 2021 was thoroughly reviewed by the review committee. I know Mr. Conlon's November letter accuses me of acting by myself on this, and yet on pages 4 to 6 of his own letter, he admits that Mr. Kinney and Mr. Salinas provided their own independent review of the application package. And what we found as a group was that the application package was incomplete for several issues, including lack of business operations, lack of standard operating procedures, incomplete and inconsistent financials, incorrect timing of build-out, and inconsistencies with the city's cannabis ordinances in implementing resolutions. And each of these, for the record, is provided in, basically a lot of detail on pages 2 through 25 of the staff report that was prepared for this evening's hearing. So with regard to issue number 1, the incomplete application package, as I mentioned, it was incomplete for several reasons. The review committee could not determine whether this document was intended, first of all, to replace or supplement the previously submitted application materials because it lacked so much information. It lacked items, as I mentioned, as the standard operating procedures in total. It contained inconsistent staffing details not only within the text of the business operations, but also with regard to the finances. It lacked complete safety precautions for handling disasters. It lacked a marketing strategy, etc. And these are all required by the city's cannabis ordinances, implementing resolutions, and also state law. Further, it did not address items previously listed in the letters of incompleteness and/or denial. And therefore, since the review committee was not able to ascertain whether these issues had been addressed appropriately and as listed previously, we deemed the application incomplete in this regard. Number 2 is with regard to the financials. And the financials, as I mentioned, are very important to the city because, again, the whole reason why we have this program going is because we want to make sure that these businesses are going to generate that 5% for the city. So as noted in every letter previously sent with regard to incompleteness or denial, we discussed issues with the project's financials and its pro forma. The pro forma is required, is a 3-year pro forma required by the implementing resolution, and it's required to be extremely detailed. We want to know a complete breakdown of all of the revenue sources. For instance, when I answered Mr. Councilmember Gama's question earlier about how some of the revenues are generated, there are a variety of reasons and how. So we want to know what those are. And we also want a complete breakdown of what the costs are going to be. And we also want to have escalators in those costs. Now, in the case of this applicant where they're part property owner, they may have a set rent for the whole time. And they may not be nice to their employees and give them raises over the 3 years, but there are going to be escalators such as the POS system, security, utilities, if they're successful, business license paid to the city, etc. So we want to know what all of that information is. We also want to know that they are properly noting how much of their revenues are going to be generated for the city, the 5% and the 1%. And generally, we allow them to take out the sales tax paid. So in other words, they're not being taxed on a tax. And so that's why you see in those tables that we give you that the 5% city fund is not exactly 5% of what the gross revenues are. But if an applicant doesn't include that deduction of the sales tax, well, it can have an impact on their overall finances. Unless they really don't want to do that, none of them do, but we always give them an option, tell us one way or another. So with regard to this application package, there are other pieces of information missing. For example, the text says that there was going to be a one-time initial cash balance of $190,000. However, no proof of funds was provided whatsoever. We always require proof of funds because we want to make sure that the applicants have the cash to not only construct and open the business, but keep it operating at least for the first 3 months. Now, in the application package that was sent to you by Mr. Conlon back on June the 17th, it did include the proof of funds, but in the application package that we saw, it didn't. So we couldn't determine whether or not the applicants had actually provided proof of funds or had proof of funds or not. That was one of many items. Again, the application did not provide the escalation for many of the line items over the duration of what they called out a 5-year pro forma. Items such as information regarding delivery vehicles. Were they going to be leased? Were they the driver's own vehicles, whatnot? That's very important to know about for a delivery service, but that information was not provided. Information about the POS system, supplies, packaging, even the city's business license were all missing from the list of costs. Not to mention the fact that the cumulative cash flow was incorrect. And the build out, which we require to be included in the first year, as well as the first 3 months of operating expenses, were also not accounted for. What we did receive, though, however, was, and hopefully you can see this, this is on page 54 of the attachments of the staff report. It's 3 tables. And the first table, right in the middle, has several columns with regard to utilities and water usage, and yet there's nothing contained in those tables, so we're not sure why they were included. The second table is titled Equipment, and it's completely blank. Again, why is it included, and how does it pertain to a pro forma, and how does the committee perform an evaluation? And then the final table with regard to retail build out, again, shows the cost of a couple items, but not much else. So again, I show this to you because this was the level of detail or lack thereof that was provided in this application package that we determined incomplete. So again, this just basically summarizes why we require all of this information. And it was determined that because this information was not provided to us in this April 2021 application package, we couldn't determine whether or not the applicants possessed the business acumen or the financial viability to operate the business and for the long term as required by the city's implementing resolutions. Issue 3, inaccurate project build-out timing. We always require, per the implementing resolution, that the applicants provide a document showing us the timing of their physical improvements and then when they plan on opening. And as you know, in the development agreements, we generally want that to be within 1 year of approval of the development agreement. This was omitted entirely from this application package, and so again, the review committee could not ascertain the timing of the build-out or the compliance with the implementing resolutions. Issue 4, incomplete standard operating procedures. We had issues in the past, as I've already mentioned, and this time around, there were no SOPs provided within this document whatsoever. And the implementing resolutions require the application package to provide these, to provide business operating plan to contain a narrative of items such as the number of classification of employees, that there's a regulatory compliance plan to provide a detailed explanation as to how the business will comply with applicable laws. And this includes items such as tracking and monitoring cannabis products, as well as state law requires a visitor policy and delivery driver protocols. These would be California Code 5242D and 5414F respectively. And since these outstanding items were omitted entirely from this application, again, the committee could not ascertain whether the business would comply with all applicable laws, and therefore the application remained incomplete in this regard. And finally, we have issue 5, which are health and safety issues and noncompliance with the city's cannabis ordinance and implementing resolution. First of all, to keep things fair, and again, not to have a moving target, we've analyzed this application per the earlier implementing resolutions and ordinances that were in effect when this application came in, as opposed to the current stricter ones. But as discussed above, the review committee determined the application package was incomplete for a variety of reasons. As such, the applicants did not demonstrate sufficient acumen or that the business would be financially viable. But also as discussed in pages 26 through 43 of the staff report, and as summarized in the next slides, the applicants have also displayed a willful disregard to the city's processes as well as the legalities of the public hearing process. And therefore, the committee found that the character and integrity of the applicants and actually their attorney may be of substantial risk to public health, safety, and welfare of the community. And this is important not only at this level, but because if they did get to a conditional use permit, one of the primary factors in determining whether a conditional use permit should be granted is the finding that it will not be a detriment to the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. Consequently, it can also be found that the subject application does not comply with the requirements of our cannabis ordinances and resolutions stated herein, and therefore there is the potential for the negative impact on the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. So that is primarily most of the findings for incompleteness and therefore the reason for denial. However, I also want to clarify a few things based on the communications from Mr. Conlon that were directed to the city council and not to the city manager. And some of these pertain directly to the findings for issue 5 that I just discussed, which is the public health, safety, and welfare concerns. So as I mentioned, Mr. Conlon sent his first communication on June 17th, 2021, again, directly to then Mayor Gama and the city council, along with his application for appeal and a slightly modified version of the April 2021 submittal. For instance, it had a few cleanup items such as the funding source and page numbers, but it did not address any of the other incomplete items I mentioned. As I mentioned, the correct process, which was noted in the letters that we sent to them earlier in June and also in the implementing resolution, is that the city manager is to receive these applications for appeal. So in addition, the letter, while it demonstrates, first of all, a disregard for the city's processes, and it's consistent with the finding 5 mentioned above. There are also some inaccuracies in that letter that need to be discussed. The first one was that Mr. Conlon asserted that the review committee was confused about the April 2021 submittal, and there's no confusion. This committee has reviewed 32 applications now with the Skunk Masters Lounge tonight. In addition to those different applications, again, several of them have had resubmittals, including this one 6 times now. So we've reviewed a lot of cannabis documents and applications. In addition, Mr. Eaton and Ms. Shaw, representing HDL, represent clients up and down the state, so they have a vast amount of experience. They, along with Ms. Miller, who previously looked at this. So there was no confusion on our part on what this application contained. Mr. Conlon's letter also displayed several instances of their, what we can call ignorance of the city's regulations and or just disregard for them. Again, that is the repeated inconsistencies with the cannabis ordinance and resolutions, trying to circumvent the city's appeal process, again, by submitting documents directly to you and asking that you take action on the certificate of approval, which is not city council's purview to do because it's not a planning entitlement. And the certificate and the implementing resolution set this in writing. And for instance, they don't, again, understand this, the review committee's function, et cetera. And so again, these are all concerns consistent with the issue 5, which we just discussed, which is again, the public health, safety, and welfare. Mr. Collins' letter also asserted that the application package was all new and complete. However, as I've mentioned now many times, it was not complete. And this was despite the council's admonishment. And even though, again, your admonishment or the previous council's admonishment isn't a completeness item, it still shows a lack of respect for the city's process. And that, in addition to the incomplete items, again, are the reason for denial. In addition, Mr. Conlon asserts that this is a brand new application package. However, there is nowhere in this package that states that the business model for this application was any different than it was for the initial application 5 times prior. This has always been an application for beachside delivery located, or to be located, North Ventura, 720 North Ventura Road, Suites 1 through 3. The site plan has not changed. The business operations have not changed. The floor plan has not changed. It's always the same model. And therefore, what that means is that a repackaged application does not absolve an applicant from addressing previously raised issues. Mr. Collins' letter also asserts that the financials were complete and noted that the information requested by the review committee was, and I quote, immaterial. This is found on page 6 of his June 17th letter, bullet point 2. However, as noted above, we did determine that the application package contained financials and a pro forma that were inaccurate, incorrect, and or missing altogether. And even though we had requested this information, every other letter of incompleteness or denial, and also because it's required per the city's implementing resolution, it is actually material, and it was determined that it was a reason for determining the application to be incomplete, and this is also found further on pages 6 through 17 of the staff report prepared for this evening. Mr. Collins' letter on page 9, response, also states that the applicant was complete, although it removed previous discussions regarding a visitor policy, standard operating procedures, and that, quote, all information provided is tailored to California rules and regulations, end quote. It's through these statements that the applicants continue to demonstrate the misunderstanding of the requirements that an application meets all California rules and regulations. And they've also demonstrated, as I've mentioned, a history of deleting necessary sections of their application package instead of addressing the issues that were previously raised. Vendors, officials, persons making deliveries, products, etc., are going to typically visit a cannabis delivery service. And therefore, state law, Code 5042, requires a visitor policy that was not included in here. So rather than addressing the previously requested corrections and to include this information, the applicant simply deleted this item and their SOPs from this revised package. And therefore, again, the application was deemed to be incomplete, whether or not Mr. Collin agrees. And this is discussed in detail again on page 2 through 25 of the staff report. So touching briefly on the letter that you just received last week, again, directly from Mr. Collin and not through the city manager, this letter was submitted in response to the information contained in his earlier PRA requests and the public hearing notice that was sent for this hearing tonight. And he basically focuses on 4 items. Now, the first item is that he continues to argue that I'm solely responsible for the denial of his client's application and that the city was treating his clients unfairly. He did not receive all of the HDL documents requested in his PRA. He continues to argue that his client's application is complete upon submittal, and that finally, through the statements and allegations made throughout his letter, he continues to demonstrate a lack of understanding of the city's processes, including that the city council, quote, reject the denial of Beachside's application and grant Beachside the delivery permit for which it qualifies, end quote. And this was the last sentence of that letter. So in response to the claims and statements in his letter, they basically, many of them are repeats of the previous letter. So we didn't, and I'm not going to go into it this evening, I'm sure you're happy about that, and repeat myself. But I do want to go over these 4 points real quickly for you. The first one is his accusations of how he feels his client's been treated. First of all, it's completely irrelevant to the facts and findings on pages 2 through 25 of the staff report. Now, I will admit, as I've been throwing this around, yes, I will take ownership of the tone of those emails, and it's because after expecting a complete application after 6 months, to receive this document was a little disheartening and disappointing. However, that didn't mean that it didn't get evaluated. And again, Mr. Conlon mentions and admits in his own letter on pages 4 through 6 that Chief Salinas and Mr. Kinney had also been responsible for their own review of the application. And while, again, as I mentioned, Mr. Conlon feels that I'm second guessing my fellow committee members, again, that's simply to make sure that the comments that we send back, that I send back in writing to the applicants, are a complete list so they're not second guessing what we want and they're having to basically follow a moving target. We want to make sure that the target stays put and that they're only addressing what is asked of them. For example, at the last hearing, there were a couple other issues that were raised, and the council, after discussion, decided that they weren't issues. And so those issues, for instance, the location of the site next to the Arroyo or the Bubbling Springs Recreation Corridor were no longer deemed to be an issue, and therefore we did not raise them as issues or require them to be addressed in this document. But we did require the other items that I mentioned previously to be addressed, and they were not. I also, again, asked for clarification about state laws. For instance, again, the example with regard to the location of the Boys and Girls Club in proximity to this application location. And again, the bottom line is that we don't have a personal bias towards an applicant. We're not here to be friends with all of them. But what we are here to do is to make sure that the city will ultimately have a new cannabis business that is successfully run and operated, not only to make a profit for themselves and the city, but also to ensure compliance with all regulations. Because again, we don't want somebody to take down single-handedly our very successful program that we have in the city. So it's very important that we make sure that we have a complete record going forward, and that the applicants provide us a sense of, I want to say, comfort, for lack of a better term, knowing that they will be able to operate their business successfully. So again, upon further review of the applications and the materials that Mr. Conlon has now seen through his PRA request, hopefully he's also seen that we have, as I've mentioned, set all of our other applications through the same process, and where it may take a few letters of incompleteness and or the interviews, at the end of the day, unless they're withdrawn by the applicants on their own, our applicants have always been successful in getting their businesses open. However, as discussed in detail on pages 2 through 25 of the staff report, this has consistently not been the case with this particular applicant team. The second item, again, Mr. Conlon mentions that he didn't feel that all of the HDL items were provided. Mr. Spalding can correct or add information if he wants, since he was primarily the person in charge of providing the documents for the PRA. But we received Mr. Conlon's PRA request on September 9th, 2021. To my knowledge, and again, Mr. Spalding can add to that if necessary, all of the documents that were basically created up until that date were provided to Mr. Conlon. Anything after that date were not, because again, they're not required to be, because they were not part of the original PRA. And Mr. Conlon did not provide a later date for additional documentation. But at the end of the day, all of this, again, is irrelevant because it does not pertain to the facts and findings contained in the staff report on pages 2 through 25. Mr. Conlon also noted, as I mentioned, that he felt that the application was still complete. And as I've stated throughout this last presentation, and again on pages 2 through 25 of the staff report, the application was determined to be incomplete for a variety of reasons. And finally, as noted in the staff report, again, the City Council's role in the approval process is to take action on the planning entitlement phase. However, it is the city manager's authority or his designees to take action on a certificate of approval. And this is per the implementing resolution 4178, section 4C3, and implementing resolution 4283, section 3C3, which, as I mentioned, were the implementing resolutions in effect at the time this application was submitted. While Mr. Conlon has demanded in his letter that you take action on and approve his client's certificate of approval application tonight, that is not the proper process. And since Mr. Conlon and his clients have previously been through this appeals process, they should be well aware of our processes. And the fact that that has not been displayed through the letter that you received the other day, the last sentence of it, continues to show that the applicants and their attorney continue to try to circumvent the city's processes, which only furthers adds to the committee's concerns regarding the public health, safety, and welfare threat that the applicants could generate. So at this point, I'm going to conclude my presentation. However, I'd like to open it up to any of the committee members if they would like to add anything to my presentation. Then we'll go ahead and read the recommendation, and we'll all be available for any questions. So, anybody want to say anything? Okay. All right. Okay. Well, with that then, it is recommended that the city council open the public hearing and take testimonial evidence and documentary evidence. That the council then close the public hearing and consider the evidence. And after considering the evidence, adopt a resolution of the city council of the city of Port Hueneme denying the appeal and upholding the city's denial of an application for a certificate of approval for the proposed beachside delivery service cannabis delivery business. And four, take such additional related action that may be desirable. And with that, again, this concludes my presentation, the committee's presentation. However, we are all available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the comprehensive update. Does council have any questions for staff? Only questions will be taken at this time. No comments and discussion. Those will be heard later.
Mayor Rollins, may I suggest that council defer questions to both parties after Mr. Conlon and Beachside Delivery have an opportunity to state their case?
Okay. So we will now hear from Mr. Conlon.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Thank you, members of the city council. Can everyone hear me okay?
Very well.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we just heard a very nice presentation by Mr. Stewart and an introduction by
Okay.
I'd like to thank both of them for that.
I'm sorry,
I appreciate
we
guidance.
can hear you, but you're breaking up a little. So we
I'm gonna try to take the video off to see if that helps the audio feed. Is that okay with everybody?
Sure.
How is the audio feed now?
So far, so good.
Okay, all right, I'll try to, please, if you start to lose me, please let me know. So going back to one of the points Mr. Spalding made when we first began tonight is he talked about this as a quasi judicial proceeding. And he referenced something called show your work, meaning what the council is here to do is to consider the evidence and consider what is actually presented to the council before making its findings. And what we've asked as part of this appeal is for the council to consider whether the city has acted fairly and objectively in analyzing the application submitted by Beachside Delivery, and or whether the review committee is acted in a way that is subjective and biased. And just to dispel one of the comments or made several times by Mr. Stewart, we have never suggested that Mr. Stewart is the only one responsible for making decisions here. We understand that the review committee is the responsible committee that analyzes the application, assesses the quality of it, and makes the ultimate determination. However, Mr. Stewart is the lead on that. And as we've set forth in the letter from June 2021, in my letter of last week, our concern, and I think this is justified when the council has a chance to look at the emails we've attached to my letter from last week, is that Mr. Stewart, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, has tainted the process due to some personal bias he has against the Beachside applicant. I'm not sure why, but you heard him acknowledge the inappropriate tone of some of the communications that he made within the committee. So what the council is here to consider is, again, what is the evidence? And what I heard from Mr. Stewart was a lengthy elaboration that went far beyond the scope of the denial set forth in the April 2021 letter denying the application. We responded fairly quickly to that letter because what we saw was what appeared to be a deliberate misreading of the application itself that resulted in an unfair denial of Beachside's application. What Beachside has done, and we never suggested that Beachside submitted a brand new application. What we suggested was Beachside submitted an entirely complete application, which is what the city council asked for when we were here back in September of 2020. And just to kind of go back to what that process was and what actually unfolded at the time, if you look at Exhibit K of my letter from last week, what you'll see is an email between then Mayor Gama and Joe Kyle, one of the principals of Beachside, after Mr. Kyle asked for a private conversation with Mr. Gama, with Mayor Gama. And what Mayor Gama said was, you know, he asked about what was going on. He understood that a new appeal had been filed. And he said, last time it was clear that the rules were arbitrary. And that was the basis for going against staff's recommendation. And so what happened there was that there had been an arbitrary treatment of Beachside's application at the time. Had to do with a couple of different reasons than the denial now, but one of them was business acumen. And I was here before most of you back in September 2020, and I represented to you that we would resubmit a complete application with the help of a consultant on behalf of Beachside, and that's what we did. And that was submitted in April of 2021, and it was received by Mr. Stewart, who very promptly exercised a prejudgment against the application. And if you take a look at my letter from last week, Exhibit C, you can see what he says is, great news. This is to Mr. Connors and Chief Salinas. Beachside delivery finally resubmitted. He goes on to say, we've got 6 hard copies of what he calls a skimpy submittal. He says, I'm inclined to deny it outright because no electronic submittal was required. Well, if you then look to Exhibit D, you'll see that Mr. Stewart realized that he was wrong in that statement. But I haven't seen any emails amongst the committee where he acknowledged that an electronic submittal was submitted. But he did respond to Mr. Capono Curry, the consultant of Beachside who submitted the application. And he said, you're correct. We did get the electronic submittal. And very importantly here, he said, I'll be back to you with comments within 4 weeks. Never once did Mr. Stewart or any other member of the review committee reach out to Mr. Curry, reach out to me, reach out to the principals for Beachside with any questions, any inquiries, any concerns about the contents of the application that was submitted in April 2021. So again, what is the standard? It's got to be objective. It's got to be non-biased. That's, you know, Mr. Stewart commented on the cases that I cited. I disagree with his characterization of those. But what he didn't mention was the statute that governs these applications. And the statute is very clear. I cited it in my letter from June 2021. I cited it in my letter from last week. And if you look to page 2 of my letter, it's Article 3, Chapter 12, Section 3985A. and it refers to the responsibility of objectively evaluating applications for permits like these. And so when you look at the denial letter and you look at my initial letter from June of 2021, what I did and the intent of it was to put side by side, for the benefit of the council, this quasi judiciary body here, to consider the points made by Mr. Stewart in his letter and the actual contents of the application. When you look at the actual contents of the application, it's as if Mr. Stewart, when writing his letter, was looking at some other document that didn't include everything the application did. But the application was complete in its submittal. Now, when Mr. Stewart opened up, he went through a long discussion about the process of review and the process of approving a dispensary permit and site evaluation and ultimately a business license. He also talked about the review committee, and that's very important to consider here. And the reason why is because after receiving the denial letter and after submitting my response, we believed that there was some underlying motive in denying the application that felt inappropriate and felt that the application had not been fairly judged. And that was the reason we exercised our right, as we have the right to do, to request records from the city of how other cannabis dispensary and delivery applications had been reviewed. And one of the things that we found, and I noted this in my letter from last week, and this is very important, is that there's no evidence of any review of the April application from 2021 application from Beachside by HDL. Not a single document, not a single email, not a single sentence written by anyone from HDL. Cami Miller was the point person for HDL at that time. Not any statements regarding how she felt about the application, regarding whether she thought it was incomplete, whether she thought more information was needed, nothing. And we went back to Mr. Spalding multiple times asking for additional information, and he was very cooperative, and he supplied additional information, kept going back and looking and supplying it. But what was never produced was anything from HDL other than the analysis of the initial application, which was long before my involvement. And so, to be clear, from the September 2020 appeal date, there's no analysis from HDL at all. And when we submitted a complete application resubmittal in April of 2021, that was reviewed by Mr. Stewart, by Chief Salinas in sort of a limited capacity, and by Steve Kinney from Karis Navigating in what appears to be a fairly limited analysis. Chief Salinas, in the messages that were produced to us, found zero problems with the application. He suggested that there was not in the application a submission regarding waste management, but what's clear if the council looks at the application that was submitted, is there is a waste management discussion toward the end of the application. Other than that, Chief Salinas had no comments at all. Mr. Steve Kinney from Karis Navigating had basically very neutral comments on the financials, and I understand that was really his primary responsibility. And at worst, what Mr. Kinney found in the documents that were provided to us was that the projections were conservative and perhaps didn't take advantage of certain tax treatments that the applicant would be able to take advantage of. But in no way could any of Mr. Kinney's comments or Chief Salinas' comments be interpreted to be critical or negative, or in substance suggesting that the application from Beachside Delivery should be denied. And so what that leaves is the analysis by Mr. Stewart. And while there was a denial letter setting forth the purported reasons for the denial that was signed by Mr. Stewart, presumably on behalf of the entire review committee, there is no evidence in the record at all of any written analysis by Mr. Stewart prior to that letter. And in fact, what the evidence shows is a pattern of Mr. Stewart trying to persuade other review committee members that there are problems with the application. For this reason, because of he felt the financials were wrong, because it was incomplete, a variety of other reasons that are really nothing more than conclusions that lack any analysis by Mr. Stewart at all. And so when the council considers what the evidence is as part of this appeal, it's very important that the council consider the June 21, 2021 letter that I sent in that rebuts point by point the denial letter from Mr. Stewart. And it's very important that the council consider the November 17th letter that I submitted last week, which includes that letter I just mentioned, as well as a variety of emails that were received from the Public Records Act request, which show what Mr. Stewart has sort of acknowledged is the improper tone that he took when discussing this application. And what you'll see are the very neutral comments from Chief Salinas, which are in Exhibit E to that letter. You'll see the very neutral comments from Mr. Kinney, which are in Exhibit F to that letter. And you'll see in Exhibit G, what I've referred to as and what has concerned us the whole time is this sort of taint to the review process that starts from Mr. Stewart and in the way he communicates with the other committee members. And one of the in his May 21, 2021 email to Chief Salinas, Ms. Nava, Mr. Kinney, and Ms. Miller, he talks about how everyone has completed their reviews of the revised Beachside Delivery application. Again, this is Exhibit G to my letter from last week. The problem is there is an absence of evidence that everybody on the committee actually reviewed Beachside's application. Got no documentation from that HDL reviewed that April 1st, 2021 application at all. In that email, Mr. Stewart makes the comment that no proof of funds was submitted. We beg to differ. A complete application was submitted. A USB drive was mailed to Mr. Stewart. Hard copies were mailed to Mr. Stewart. He overlooked the USB drive initially. He reacted to it. He realized he was wrong. And then he acknowledged that he had received it. Every document that we have submitted in response to the denial letter, with the exception of the PRA emails that were provided to us, was part of the initial application package. And that includes the proof of funds that was submitted to each side at the outset. If you look to Exhibit H to my letter from last week, this grew to become a serious concern for us when we began reviewing the emails that Mr. Spalding produced over the course of 6 or 7 months in 2021 and early 2022. We're aware that the city has discussed and created a cap on cannabis dispensary businesses. any kind of cannabis businesses. In at least 2 emails from Mr. Stewart in discussing this appeal, the cap in the city was brought up. If you look at the denial letter from June of 2021, there is no reference to a cap within the city of cannabis businesses. And we've got a real concern, and this is objective, that one of the reasons that this application may have been denied was that the city was concerned about this cap, and it's now being discussed in the background amongst the review committee, and it may actually be one of the reasons that this application, apart from the apparent bias, that this application is being denied. It shows up, you'll see on Exhibit H to my letter from last week, and it shows up again in the next exhibit, Exhibit I, where there's discussion about the cap. Cap was never talked about. We're concerned it's pretext, and that creates, I think, a real weakness for the review committee's conclusions. To continue to walk through some of the problems we identified, the next one that we're very concerned about is really kind of a basic due process argument. After the April 2021 application was denied, after we sent in our initial appeal letter to Mr. Stewart and the council, Joe Kyle, leading up to the initially set September 2021 appeal hearing date, sent out individual emails to, I think, most of the city council members. He sent one to then Mayor Gama. I sent one to then Mr. Rollins before you were the mayor. Ms. Hernandez received one. Mr. Martinez received one, and Mr. Connors received one. And initially, the response from Mayor Gama, the response from Ms. Hernandez, and the response from Mr. Martinez were, okay, Joe, let's talk. Let's find out what's going on. It was basically an open suggestion by him to have individual conversations with different members of the city council, to be there to answer questions that you might have, so you can understand his application. And each of those council members responded with, I'm available at this time, let's talk about it. But before those meetings could happen, Mr. Connors, who initially appeared to believe that it was an interesting proposal, interesting offer were the words he used from Mr. Kyle, he and Mr. Stewart apparently discussed it, and that attempt to have an open individual discussions with the members of the city council was basically cut off. And you can see again in this sort of, remarkable tone from the director of community development for the city, in response to Mr. Connors' suggestion that this was an interesting offer from Mr. Kyle. And Mr. Stewart says to him, looking at this confusing, half-baked email, I think it pretty much sums up why the committee keeps having to deny their applications. They can't do anything right. Well, if asking to have an open conversation with individual members of the city council about an application that was apparently denied without an appropriate basis is doing something wrong, I'm not sure what more Mr. Kyle could do. All he was trying to do was exercise his rights as an applicant to understand, why the application was being treated the way it was, and to be available to answer questions to find out what the actual concerns were. He never had that opportunity because Mr. Connors cut him off and then subsequently sent another email to the rest of the group saying there's not going to be any discussions with Mr. Kyle. That to me is very concerning. It's it's a due process issue. Mr. Connor cited Brown Act, a number of things. I don't think it's fair reading of what the Brown Act requires. And there is discretion in this body to consider individual conversations with Mr. Kyle, and those were not permitted. But you heard it tonight from Mr. Stewart, that he uses that as an example. And this was not in his denial letter, but he uses that as an example of another reason supposedly Beachside Delivery does not have the business acumen or the reliability as a community partner to be operating within the city of Port Wayne. So when the council here considers what its role is and considers, as Mr. Spalding put it, whether we have shown our work, whether Mr. Stewart has met his burden, or whether I've met my burden. And if you consider the written materials we've submitted in comparison to the denial letter from June of 2021, and in comparison to the variety of email correspondence that was produced in response to the PRA, as well as the materials that were not produced and apparently do not exist, such as any analysis from Cammy Miller at HDL, which means that there was not a full committee review of this application. We believe that the city council should uphold the appeal. And if the city council does not have the power to grant the permit, we'd request that it be sent back to a fair and impartial review committee for a complete analysis and fair consideration equivalent to the way other applicants have submitted within the city of Port Hueneme process. And I'm happy to ask any questions about any part of that presentation or any questions that were raised by any of the comments made by Mr. Stewart.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Starting with Councilperson Gama.
Are we allowed to ask questions or only make comments here?
Ask questions at this point.
Okay, so I do want to address one thing. I do see an email that you sent to all council members, and I don't recall, nor do I believe I responded or had any conversations with Mr. Kyle or yourself. Is that accurate? I believe it is. And I do recall in 2019 that the council, we were, I don't want to use the word disappointed, but there was a mention of the Bubbling Springs corridor walkway. And I think our council questioned why that was in there. And I believe that provision was taken out of there because there is no rule that says you can't have a delivery service next to a corridor or walkway, Bubbling Springs walkway. And I think, and Mr. Stewart corrected that. So I think I heard you say that I said there was arbitrary, but the only comments that I made publicly were during that hearing. And I think we did feel that that was arbitrary, and that has since been removed. And do you agree with that, Mr. Conlon?
Well, sir, just for the record, the email, it wasn't a communication from me. It was a communication from Joe Kyle, one of the Beachside Delivery principals. His email, this is on Exhibit K to my letter from last week. His email was dated August 31st, 2021, the same day you responded. And what you said was, "Hello, Joe, we're out of the loop, and it seems we are headed for another appeal of a rejected application. If that is the case, can you please tell me what is the problem? Last time it was clear that the rules were arbitrary, and that was the basis for going against staff's recommendation."
Okay.
So that I think answers the first question that you had,
So
hopefully.
I don't see a copy of that email in here. Is it in here?
It's a,
What
and
page
this
is
is
it?
one of the reasons we sent this, the entire council last week, but it's Exhibit K of my November 17th letter.
Okay, so is there a page number? So I saw the email, but I didn't see my response. Okay, so the
So if you look to the second page of that, if you look to Exhibit K and you turn the page over,
I don't even see Exhibit K. So anyways, so I
that was actually
responded.
one of the things I wanted to ask the council before I got started. Did everyone get a copy of the letter that we submitted last week?
Yes, we have a full copy.
Thank you.
Yes, and read it and reviewed it.
Thank you.
So
So
my,
I just read from it, sir, but the second part of your question, I can address if you'd like.
right, but the only arbitrary finding that I saw was that reference to the corridor, Bubbling Springs corridor, as being a reason to deny the application. And I think we corrected that. Correct?
Yes, that was corrected, but
Okay.
I don't think I agree that that was the only arbitrary finding. I think there was
Well,
some concern about how the application was handled by Mr. Stewart on behalf of the committee at that
Well,
time as well.
Hopefully we have a recording of the meeting, but I do remember saying, hey, why is that in there? That seems arbitrary because it's not a part of the rules or the state regulations. Do you disagree with the slide regarding the build out that there was actual cost put there? Because Mr. Stewart showed us a page that said build out costs and there was zeros. Do you agree with that?
I can
Equipment
tell
build-out.
you that a build-out plan was submitted as part of the application from Bulmer and Associates.
But my question
and-
is,
and
do you
it's-
agree that the exhibit that Mr. Stewart showed us was incomplete? Because he showed us an incomplete build-out spreadsheet on your financials for build-out costs and it said zero. There it is.
I don't see Mr. Stewart's,
Okay, it's up on our screen right now. I don't know if you could see that.
I cannot.
Okay, so. So I'm looking at it right now. There's zero figures there. And I'm wondering if you agree that there's zero figures there. And I'm wondering if you agree that this was submitted as a part of the application, because to me, it's clearly incomplete.
So I'm looking right now at my letter from June 17th, 2021, which responds to Mr. Stewart's denial, the letter authored by Mr. Stewart denying the application. And he notes that the June 8th, that the letter states that the information for the build-out and startup costs is still missing. In my responses there on page 6 of the June 17th letter, the April package includes tables showing the cost of the facility build out and tenant improvements, detailing each of the item of the build out, which correlate to pages A.2 and A.3 of the plans prepared by Scott Bulmer and Associates. And to the extent, this is one of the problems I had with the letter from Mr. Stewart, is that this is sort of a standard form cannabis business pro forma. And while the essential items were populated, there may have been a few that were not populated that wouldn't apply to this business because it's delivery only and not dispensary. But I believe that the build out cost were provided. And there are also depreciation figures provided over the course of 5 and 7 years.
Yes.
Okay, this is quite a situation. I'm not convinced that, by your argument, Mr. Conlon, and I would like to know how much staff time, how much did this cost the city to review the application the multiple times that it had been reviewed? Because where we left off was that we had given them a last chance. But it appears they had more than one chance to correct their application. Because there were repeated responses to the appeal, following the resubmittal of their application. And my concern is just the multiple hours spent reviewing and the back and forth that went on before it even came here to city council. And I guess I'm being a little bit facetious, but I'm just concerned about the cost that this review process is cost the city, the hours that have been put in to reviewing it, and the application is still incomplete. So just very disappointing situation. I don't have anything else to say.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
May I respond to that? Thank you. Just to be clear, when the application was resubmitted in April of 2021, again, it's our view that it's complete. Mr. Stewart initially, once he realized he had a complete package submitted to him, he told each side's consultant that he would be back with any comments within 4 weeks. The lines were open. We had tried to establish a line of communication with him. We gave him a heads up a couple different times that the application was coming in. There weren't any inquiries about what was missing here or what did you mean by this? Can we get some clarification? There was no communication at all. And I realized that there's been this view promoted from Mr. Stewart, perhaps on behalf of the review committee, that this was supposed to be the once and final application. Our view is that it was, and that it is complete. And what we got from the review committee was total silence, which is not the way other applicants have been treated. And so when you make the point about the funds expended in this process, that most of that, with respect to the resubmittal, came after the denial letter. Had there been an open or an attempt to communicate, I think a lot of these issues could have been easily explained. And we just never had that opportunity.
Yeah, it seems to me staff bent over backwards to try to accommodate and assist you with the application process. I don't buy it. I'm sorry.
Mr. Stewart, responding to the April 1st, 2021 letter, I assume is your June 8th of 2021 letter, which goes into detail again as to all of the issues with the process, correct?
That is correct.
Did you not get the June 8th, 2021 letter that highlights every issue of the application process and where it needs to be corrected? I mean, Mr. Stewart, looking at the response, he goes into explicit detail, pretty much highlighting exactly word for word what you should put in there and what you should not put in there. And you could pretty much copy and paste by verbatim some of the stuff that he adds to help the process along and to help you make, or your applicant, make sure the application is thorough and complete. I don't understand how, I understand that you believe the application was complete, but you have to apply to our standards and the standards of our city and follow that rule. So for whatever reason, there was a disconnect between your understanding of what a complete application should look like and what the city's actual requirement is that an application should look like. And it seems to me that you should have just followed along exactly as the letter states and redoing the application so this wouldn't be coming 6 times and now we're here for a hearing, and it just seems like a waste of time. I don't understand why this took so long.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Thank you. So the June 8th, 2021 letter from Mr. Stewart is it's an outright denial. And it concludes that's being denied and you got the right to appeal. So what we did was we responded on June 17th, like you just suggested, point by point. And this is not our interpretation of what the city's application requirements are. These are the contents of the application and an attempt to point out that the application was being misread for whatever reason. So we made our best effort to point these issues out, and there was no response from Mr. Stewart to that at all.
If I may also provide some feedback to that. Yes, that was the letter of denial, and it listed previously all of the other issues that we had for the previous 5 resubmittals. And again, they were not addressed. This is spelled out in detail in the staff report. I'd also like to comment on a couple of other items that were just raised. First of all, with regard to tainting the review of the process, and I'd like to know what the relevance of that is. It doesn't really relate to the actual issues that were raised. Excuse me, Mr. Conlon says that he doesn't have any evidence that I performed a review of this document. And that evidence is actually in the letter, but if you were to leaf through this application, you see all of my comments throughout it. He also indicates that he's missing the HDL response. I'll let Mr. Eaton respond to that, but we do have a copy of it dated May 17th, 2021.
Yes, HDL received a request to complete an application review on 4/12/2021. And on 5/20/2021, we submitted via email to Mr. Stewart a complete application review. The application review was dated May 17, 2021, and it consists of a 20-page application review of that submittal.
And I assume Mr. Conlon or the applicant had a copy of that as well? Or eventually received that?
Incorrect.
Normally,
It's not correct.
yeah, we will not submit the actual letters or the emails. Instead, those are combined into the letters that I send out, as I explained earlier. So, for instance, Mr. Kinney's responses, Chief Salinas' responses, HDL's responses, I coordinate into that format, into that letter. But we do have them for the record.
Excuse me, they're not in the record because we asked for them as part of the PRA. And we went back through 6 or 7 different rounds of my communications to Mr. Spalding. He assured me that the city had produced everything that the city had. There is no record of any HDL analysis of the April 1st, 2021 submittal by Beachside. And we do have Mr. Kinney's analysis, and we do have Mr. Salinas's, Chief Salinas's analysis, but there was nothing provided to us by HDL. I don't know why that is.
Yes.
This question is for staff. Mr. Conlon's referring to separate analyses provided by the committee members. Is that the way the committee works, where each member provides their own analysis directly to the applicant, or is that, how does that work?
Sure. So the application packages, when they come in, are processed and divvied up to the various members of the committee. We either give hard copies to Chief Salinas and Mr. Kinney, as well as Yvonne, who actually does the distribution, and Mr. Coyote and myself, and then we email a copy, which is why we ask for it electronically, to HDL for their review. They should all be identical. Actually, Mr. Conlon states that there was a proof of funds in there in that resubmittal, which again, it was not included, nor was it included within the electronic version, but only in the version that he gave you in June. But anyway, then what happens is I send out, or Yvonne sends out normally, a routing request, and we ask that the comments come back generally within 4 weeks. That's not a hard set date. This is, again, not a planning application, so it's not subject to the Permit Streamlining Act, which requires a 30-day review. We do try to get them within 4 weeks. Sometimes it's shorter, sometimes it's longer. But we do ask for that. Then the comments come back to me, usually via email, in fact, always via email. And then again, I take those emails and I put those into the letter that is then subsequently sent out to the applicants.
So I have a follow-up question. Does each member review in detail the entire application, or are they responsible for only certain parts of the application? For instance, would Chief Salinas be only interested in looking at the security plan, the camera arrangements and such, anything related to security, versus looking at everything else?
Sure. So primarily, again, Chief Salinas is looking at security. He's looking at safety. He's also looking at neighborhood compatibility as well as the community benefits sections.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
He's also looking at the community benefits section.
Okay.
Then Mr. Kinney, for instance, is looking at the financials primarily. And then Ms. Nava and Mr. Coyote are looking at the entire application. Just in general, as a second, third set of eyes to me. I look at the entire application package, as well as HDL looks at the entire application package. And my primary focus is looking at everything and re-looking at everything. For instance, if an application is resubmitted, I'll have the old copy open, I'll have the new copy open so I can look at them side by side. I'll also have the letter that we previously sent also out, again, looking at that. And if I see something that maybe wasn't addressed, but then wasn't commented upon by our committee member, I will question them on that to either get clarification that they're okay with it, or they may have missed it, and please add it into the new letter. And then, like I said, what Mr. Eaton and Ms. Shaw are looking at are primarily how the applications comply with our regulations as well as the state regulations.
Okay, so then the emails that were referred to from Chief Salinas and Stephen Kenny, those were responses to their particular evaluation for their particular area, not the application in its entirety.
Correct.
So the security plan may have been fine, but there are other areas of the application that were found incomplete.
That is absolutely
Okay.
correct. And I did make a note here that, yes, even though or Chief Salinas found that his items were to be complete, it's irrelevant because, again, there were so many other incomplete items elsewhere in the staff report and the application package.
All right, thank you.
And if I may correct a record, I went through my email correspondence with Mr. Conlon as well as the city's Public Record Act responses. On May 13th, 2022, Mr. Conlon was provided 4 HDL analysis, including supplemental reports of HDL of Beachside Delivery Service.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question to you.
Excuse me, if I could respond to that. Can I respond to that point? It's important.
Sure.
Those HDL analyses were from the 2020 year, from the initial application before the very first appeal. So if you go back and look at those, you'll see that the HDL analysis that was provided was for the prior application, which is not part of this appeal. And there's, again, there's no analysis at all by HDL of the April 2021 application submittal that was provided in response to our Public Records Act request. And by the way, Mr. Kinney from Karis, who is responsible for reviewing the financials, again, his internal emails with the review committee show that he really took no issue at all with the financials that were presented.
Again, has Mr. Stewart clarified, each of the members have their own respective areas of the application they look at. Could it have been that HDL's portion of that application had been reviewed and there was nothing else for them to look at after the denial was submitted?
Well, I can't I can't respond to what was in the PRA request. Again, that was handled through Kevin, but
Okay.
in the staff report, it is actually attachment 9 that you have before you, are the HDL responses, including the one that Mr. Eaton just mentioned of May 17th, 2021, which was in the response to that last April 2021 submittal. And so, yes, it is included within your packet at least, and it shows their complete analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
If I may, I'd like to just double check that we have proof statements of the committee review on the April application, because I feel like there's two different stories. Mr. Conlon is saying that the review was from the 2020 application, not the 2021.
Again, I can't respond to exactly what was included within the response to the PRA because I didn't put that together. That was Mr. Spalding. However, your staff report, attachment 9, has the complete set of comments that were made on the application in 2021 by HDL.
If I may, can I get the point of view from Chief Salinas? Your point of view from this application?
Mayor Pro Tem City Council, in regards to the security plan and the portion of the application that I'm assigned to, I did approve it, and just that portion. The original application, I will review the entire application, but with a focus on the security plan, community contributions, and neighborhood compatibility. And in regards to those aspects, I approve that part of the application.
Thank you, Chief Salinas.
Mr. Conlon, you received a full application when you first got it, right? The full application for this process.
I'm not sure I understand your question. What do you mean? I received?
The application packet that your company received, that you received the complete one. You didn't receive something additional afterward. You received the complete application with all the different requirements.
That's correct.
Okay. And how many times have you turned in addendums? How many times has it been denied, and how many times have you continued to turn in addendums to meet those requirements?
I first appeared on behalf of Beachside Delivery in the appeal before the city council in September of 2020. It was at that time that the city council said what it said. This was arbitrarily decided. Go ahead and resubmit. At that time, Beachside Delivery submitted a single application resubmittal, and that was denied. And there was never any inquiry about the contents or something that was missing or any request for clarification at all. So I guess, Mayor, to answer your question, I was never, there were never any requests made of me or my client or my client's consultant for additional information with respect to the resubmittal in April of 2021.
So what you're saying is you just got something back that it was denied with no reason?
No, I got Mr. Stewart's letter from June 8th, 2021.
And can you just briefly review how you reacted to that?
Sure. So with regard to why we didn't ask for additional information, as again, the council will recall, the applicants were required to submit a complete application, and we expected a complete application package. And for the reasons that I've mentioned in the staff report tonight, we did not receive that. As Councilmember Hernandez just mentioned, yes, we could continue to be going back and forth to the state trying to get this application to a complete point. But the fact that this application package contained, well, did not contain a lot of the information that we previously asked for. In fact, certain sections were omitted entirely. Other areas, again, were continued to be incomplete with the exact same issues that were noted 5 times prior. We didn't feel that we needed to continue this process to go back and forth. The applicants did not heed the council's admonishment, nor did they provide a response, a proper response, a complete response to our previous 5 letters of incompleteness and or denial. So that is why the letter that went out in June of 2021, based upon the review of this application, was another letter of denial. It was because, again, they did not respond to anything that, or the primary issues that we had asked for, and that the council had determined were still issues during their last hearing.
So the application is still not complete?
That's correct. That's why we're here this evening.
Okay. And why, you made a kind of a statement. Why do you feel that you've been treated unfairly compared to all the other applicants that have turned it in successfully?
Well, it actually goes back to the question you just asked of Mr. Stewart. I'll note for the record that when Mr. Stewart realized that he had the full application with the electronic submittal submitted, he responded to Mr. Curry and said, "I'll be back to you with any questions within 4 weeks." He understood at that time that he may need to follow up with some additional questions or points of clarification, whatever that may be. When he first went to the full review committee with his conclusion on the application, he even suggested at that time, and this is in an email produced in response to the PRA, that he would prepare a letter requesting additional information from the client. I beg to differ that the application is incomplete. If you look at my letter which is Exhibit B to my letter from last week, it's my letter to Mr. Stewart and the council dated June 17th, 2021. It addresses point by point each of the points made in Mr. Stewart's June 8th letter. And so I think if you look at that and you consider the contents of the application package, and you consider them fairly, and this is the point why I think my client was treated unfairly, because my client's application was not considered in an objective and non-biased way. It was prejudged, we believe, and I think the emails all that we have received and reviewed show this. There was an opportunity to seek simple points of clarification. They were not. Instead, it was denied, and we believe that a lot of the reasons were pretextual. So that hopefully answers your second question about unfair treatment. But I do believe the application is complete, and I think if you look at it, and you look at the entire application and what was submitted, you'll see that Mr. Stewart's denial letter is not consistent with the contents of the application.
Okay. Mr. Stewart, do you want to respond to any of that?
I think I pretty much responded to this all evening long. We're
Okay.
beginning to discuss ourselves in circles here.
Okay.
Pages 2 through 25 of the staff report state specifically why the committee felt that the application is incomplete and continues to be incomplete. And much of what we've heard this evening with regard to fairness and whatnot is not relevant to those completeness issues.
Okay.
Mr. Stewart, how many letters of incompleteness did you send to the applicant?
We have now, including the letters of denial, 6 at this point.
And, okay.
Okay. Well, we're now opening the public hearing to take public comment. Is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay.
I just make a comment.
My one of the principles of Beachside I see is on the screen.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, you can go ahead and comment.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I have been going to Port Hueneme City Council since the city first began talking about cannabis. I saw Councilmember Gama in the audience of those meetings before he was a city council member. I commented on multiple different subjects and helped build the ordinance that it now is. I first started renting a building in the Wheelhouse Dispensary. I helped the owners respond to letters from the city and fix their applications. I emailed back and forth with Tony fixing their application. I emailed Mr. Stewart multiple times throughout the application process, trying to improve our application. He had spoke tonight of when we're missing pieces of our application before Mr. Conlon began representing us. This was after I emailed back and forth with Mr. Stewart, and he told me to read out portions of the response to application that they were not commented on in the last response letter from the city. And so then we later were penalized for those not being included in the response. I worked at a large farm in Carpinteria, running the dry room for almost 2 years, ensuring all material was entered in a metric and responsible of every gram. I managed from 15 to 20 people depending on workload and was in charge of intaking funds and going through the sales process with the distributor. It was stated my business acumen was not enough. During COVID, I went to Ventura College and got a certificate of achievement in business management. I got a 4.0 in all the classes. The Thousand Oaks Acorn voted me top 10 citizens of 2017. I attended every meeting the Thousand Oaks City Council had regarding cannabis and convinced the City Council to ask the public what they wanted, which led to the Thousand Oaks City Council allowing for dispensaries within the city. I quote, Joe Kyle helped make the case for medical marijuana in Thousand Oaks, fighting fear tactics with facts. Sadly, I think it comes down to this. In all of the meetings I went to in Ventura County, I asked them to use HGL to the least of their capability. This means that HGL Consulting gets the least amount of potential profit from the city and county. I asked this at each city council meeting and board of supervisors meeting I went to. This meant that the staff, city staff, worked more on it, and HGL simply trained that city staff than outsourcing it to HGL Consulting, which is a for-profit versus a nonprofit, a city. And so I looked at it as all that increased cost is going to be passed on to the end consumer. And I explained that to the city council or the board of supervisors. In regard to the extra funds, we paid extra money for increased staff time to review the application after turning in, I believe, the fifth application, excuse me. This is the third time Mr. Conlon has helped with our application. He worked on the last appeal and the application that we submitted, and then now this appeal, as he simply just stated. We were working with other local consultants before the last application submittal that worked with other dispensary owners to get their applications approved. Therefore, Mr. Conlon only worked on the last application submittal, as he had just stated. And I wanted to clarify that as well. Okay. So, again, 6 of what Mr. Thomas is saying, Mr. Stewart is saying, is 2 of those are letters of denial, right? So 4 were actually trying to work with us and getting us to get our application to the point where it would be approved by the city staff and then move to the point where we get approved by the council.
Okay, can you, you're past the time for public comment. You want to wrap it up?
I mean, I think Mr. Conlon, explained everything well. So no, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Time in your consideration.
Thank you very much. We have before us a recommendation. We have opened a public hearing, heard testimony and documentary evidence. We have now closed the public hearing, and it's now 9:52, 51, 52. May I have after consideration of the evidence, we need to adopt a resolution by the City Council and the City of Port Hueneme denying appeal and upholding the city denial of an application for certificate of approval for the proposed beachside delivery cannabis delivery business and take such additional related action that may be desirable. May I have a motion?
Would anyone want to give them another opportunity?
No. Well, anyway, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Gama.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, real short, because I know we have a big group here to speak
Thank you
tonight.
for your time. Appreciate it.
Everybody take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon.
Thank you.
Restart. Whatever. Yeah, readjourn. Yeah. Okay.
Order in the court.
We're calling this back to order. Number 12 is the Hideaway proposed rental cap. Will staff please make a report, Ms. Basua?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, and city staff. The item before you this evening is regarding the Hideaway proposed rental cap. The Hideaway Beach House Association consists of 86 privately owned units, of which 9 are owned and operated by the city of Port Hueneme. All 9 two-bedroom units are currently leased and occupied. Rents received from these units and its expenses are allocated and expensed through the general fund. On April 19th, 2022, the city received a letter from the legal counsel for the Hideaway at the Beach House Community Association Board of Directors. The purpose of this letter was to inform the city of its intent to amend the current CCNRs. The proposed language is this. We do have members in the audience, so I am going to read it. So we're all on the same page with this. 2.20, leasing of units. Rental restrictions. In order to comply with lenders' guidelines, prevent transient tenancy, and avoid increased insurance premium, any owner who acquires title to a unit on or after the effective date of this provision may use the unit as a rental unit, except that only 25% of the total number of units in the project, or a maximum of 22 rental units, may be rented or leased at one time. For purpose of this section, a unit shall be considered a rental unit whenever it is occupied by one or more persons, but does not include the owner or the owner's immediate family. Examples: persons related to the owner by marriage, domestic partnership, or direct lineal relationships, such as a parent, children, grandchildren, and grandparents, with or without payment of rent or other consideration to the owner. The Board of Directors, in conjunction with management, may implement procedures for establishing waiting list for owners and hardship exemptions for those owners who desire to rent or lease units once the rental cap above has been reached. On May 6, 2022, the association requested an in-person meeting to discuss the intended amendment. On June 8, 2022, city staff, along with City Attorney Kevin Spalding via Zoom, met with representatives of the association. During that meeting, the association and its legal counsel requested the city support in its mission to amend the current CCNRs. On October 26, 2022, City Manager Brad Connors, along with staff, also met with the association and heard the reasonings for amending the CCNRs. The association asked for a yes vote, and their reasonings behind requesting a yes vote included renters decreased the value of property, renters failed to follow rules, renters' action increased HOA violations and increased insurance premiums for homeowners. Staff rebutted these comments by advising the association that as property managers, we promptly address any issues that come to our attention. Staff has determined that it is not in the best interest of the city to cast a yes vote. By casting a yes vote, the city is limiting its ability to purchase properties within the Hideaway community in the future. It is staff recommendation that the city should not restrict its ability to buy within the community, within any community in Port Hueneme, with the uncertainties that the housing market in California holds and the unknown obligation that might be imposed upon the city by the state of California. That concludes my presentation. And I know we have speakers. Here, Georgiana?
Well, first of all, does council have any questions from staff initially? Or should we take public comments first?
It's up to you, Mayor.
You- Shall we hear from the public first? Okay, so let's take public comments right now.
The first one is from Sean Berger.
Hi, my name is Sean Bergert. I have a home at the Hideaway. Thank you for the city council members and all in attendance for listening to me. I'm speaking in regards to the proposed Hideaway Amendment that at least 46 of my fellow friends and neighbors are hoping the city will cast a yes vote for the 9 units in our community that the city owns. Those of us who live at the Hideaway are hoping to keep our community what it is, an affordable, nice, quiet, and safe place to live. The amendment is a rental cap amendment of 25%. The amendment would not keep the city from renting out their units as usual or current owners from doing the same. What the amendment does is protect our community from investors who come in with cash offers to buy up units as they come up for sale. These cash offers by investment companies keep regular folks wanting to buy a home from being able to do so. FHA loans are not available to home buyers that want to buy in communities with more than 50% rentals. We are currently over 30% rentals now. FHA loans are very important for first-time home buyers. FHA won't even consider lending in a community with over 50% rentals. Every year we get closer. We want people to be able to get loans to buy and live in our community. The higher percentage of rental occupied homes, the less able we are as homeowners to be able to get refinancing on our loans. Also, home improvement loans are harder to come by. The higher percentage of rental occupied homes also increases our insurance costs. That's something that when we get our insurance for our homes, they ask us about. Both our personal and our community insurance costs are increased when more units are rentals in a community. I would think the city would vote yes because it would help our community in so many ways. The only negative would be for the investment companies. The investment companies won't be able to buy up our properties with cash offers, with the idea of making money off of renters. California needs affordable housing, and this amendment would help future home buyers to be able to secure loans in our community. This amendment will also help those of us who live here to keep our costs down by having less expensive insurance costs and HOA fees.
Ms. Berger?
Yes?
You have a few more seconds to finish
Okay.
it up.
We aren't saying no to rentals. We just don't want our community to become a rental apartment complex. We want family ownership that are invested into our community and keeping our community affordable, nice, quiet, and safe place to live. That's what we want. Please send in 9 yes votes for the Hideaway Rental Cap Amendment.
Thank you.
Daniel?
Good evening, City Council. Okay. I'm the HOA manager agent for the Hideaway at Beach House. So I'm speaking on behalf of the board and the community. It's been my experience in working with several associations in the Ventura and LA County. Associations do meet challenges with regards to renters. When it comes to, as Ms. Berger alluded to, when it comes to financing for FHA, including, that impacts communities as a whole when you don't have available financing. So that's one of the detriments to the increasing ratio of rentals within a community. We also have the consideration of increasing premiums for insurance. I do have challenges in some of my other communities where we have a great increase of premiums for insurance rates that are just skyrocketing. And it puts the association collectively in a very precarious situation. So those are two fiscal considerations to take into account. One correction, the HOA is currently over 35% rentals. Once you reach that 50% threshold, FHA is no longer available. It's my understanding through efforts of the board and a task force that was appointed by the board, we have received a total of 51 ballots as of the last collection period, which I think was the 8th of November, which is a stark difference from our normal apathy insofar as our annual elections and so on and so forth. We've never received such a high number of a response. Granted, we don't know what those ballots are, but it's our understanding we're somewhere in the 46 range. So that just gives you an idea of the overwhelming support that the community is driving insofar as what this measure is trying to achieve. The board, in light of that response, has extended the ballot collection period to December 9th. And so it's my understanding that that will allow greater opportunity for the collection period of additional ballots and for greater understanding of what this measure is truly trying to achieve here, which is to ensure that we do have availability to low-income housing to families that want to buy into the community, and that we do drive out investors that do come out and price out communities, families that want to buy into this beautiful community. And so it's our hope that you will take this under consideration on behalf of the association.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jess Gutierrez.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I lived at the Surfside 3 for, you heard this before, but I need to repeat it again, for 10 years. In those 10 years, right now, as far as we know, it's like 60% renters. And what happens is that, without a doubt, all data indicates that if you own a property, you tend to take care a little better than people that are in and out. We have nothing against affordable housing, nothing whatsoever. I lived in affordable housing years ago in Colonia. I got nothing against affordable housing. However, if you see what's happened already in Surfside 1 through 4, it's a disaster. You're talking about possibly next year, Surfside 4, excuse me, with a HOA fee of $1,000, because for whatever reasons the boards aren't doing their work diligently. They don't have enough reserves, so they're hitting the owners with all this money that's needed for repairs. We pride ourselves on having a balanced budget. We pride ourselves. I've been there 9.5 years. I bought it brand new, and my HOA fee has only gone up to like $25 compared to $1,000 or a $30,000 HOA assessment on the Surfside 1. And that's what's happening. We don't want that. We don't want to be in that situation at all. And when we talk about rentals, we're not talking necessarily about those units, those 9 units that the city owns. We're talking about all rentals. We see our complex as a family orientated. There's families, children. We like that atmosphere. We don't want to keep anybody out. What we want to do is save our community to stay clean and fresh. And if you afford it, fine, okay, you know. Now this, I read the reason as to why, written by Ms. Basua, as to why the no. And very quickly, it says, regardless of the results of the vote, the city will be grandfathered to maintain continue operate its current units without any effect. That's the entire complex, not just the 9 units. But then it says down here, by casting a yes vote, that means, you know, if you support us with the 9 votes, the city is limiting, and this is the important thing that I read, it just blew me away. The city is limiting its ability to purchase properties within the Hideaway community in the future. The city should not restrict its ability to buy within any community in Port Hueneme. We can't deny anybody, be it the city or anybody that can afford a unit there. So I didn't know that the city possibly has plans to continue buying properties, specifically at the Hideaway or other condos. And I don't know if they have the plans and or the money to purchase these properties, considering the way the economy is right now. So that main reason that was given, that, you know, limiting you from buying future properties, it doesn't make any sense to me unless there's something that we don't know about, that you plan, you know, you're planning and you have funds to buy more properties. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay? So hopefully we get our 9 votes from you, because whatever you vote is not just for us. It's for the 9 units you have, their family. And I want to clarify another point. When we talk about problems that are caused by renters, we're not talking about necessarily the units that are there. You know, I violated.
You'll need to wrap it up a bit.
Yes, I violated a couple of ordinances, and I paid $350 on a violation. I paid $50 on another one. Everybody's treated the same. We don't treat them differently because they're units that are owned by the city. So that should be considered as well. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, we just have one last comment. It's a written comment, which I'll read.
Okay.
Dear Mayor Rollins and council members, I am a resident owner in the Hideaway. I strongly recommend that, as the staff recommended, you vote no on the proposed rental cap. The staff's reasoning was sound. There is a large contingent of owners that oppose this rental cap. Additionally, as you may know, the deadline to vote in the election was November 8th, 2022. It appears illegal for the Hideaway Board to urge voting in an election in which the deadline has already passed. Thank you for your attention. Lynn Hisa.
All righty.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How many votes does the HOA need for this to pass? Is that in our data? I missed that.
No, but I have that data.
Just
58, yes.
you got 51 votes already. So you have to have like a 2/3 majority. Yeah, because the problem that I'm having with this is that we could sway it either way. So the voting period has ended, right? Why was it extended? So you extended it so that the city of Port Hueneme could. So either way we vote, potentially could sway to the yes or to the no. And that's what I have a problem with, is because we're one city, but we have 9 units and we're going to
Put on us.
potentially determine the outcome of this vote. And what's that? And I too don't understand. I don't think there's a plan for us to buy any more hideaway units. In fact, we gained those units because we owned the land before, and there was a development agreement, right?
That is correct, but you've got to remember what our mission is. And our mission is to provide affordable housing, whether we do it at the Hideaway by buying property, that is our mission in order to bring housing. So by voting yes to this, we are limiting our ability to buy within a community, which my job is to look at the future. What is the state of California going to be requiring? And Hueneme is a small city. So to me, as the housing director and facility maintenance, we never want to limit our ability within any community to do so.
And I understand that. And honestly, if I had it my way and I'm just one person, and you, as you know, it takes a majority of us, I would divest. I would sell all those units and I would try and turn them into 20 affordable housing units for the city of Port Hueneme. We just had a extremely successful project with Habitat for Humanity, and I think we're all very proud of that. And you know, we got ownership for 5 additional families in this city. So that would be my goal, is to divest and take the city out of the Hideaway, and then turn our 9 units in the Hideaway into 20 units for affordable housing. But that's just my idea, and right. But I'm still having trouble like casting 9 votes, swaying it one way or the other. I'd rather us not vote. I understand that we own 9. I understand that we own 9 units.
Okay, we can't have conversations back. You guys, you can make a comment, but we can't have like dialogue back and forth.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's procedurally.
So, you know, if I was in Ms. Basua's position, I would probably be recommending just don't vote. Because again, I just have a hard time with us potentially.
So a
with us-
non-vote,
Okay,
I just want to make sure that a non-vote is a no vote. So that's why we're here today, because we did take that into consideration and we understand that not voting is considered a no vote. The association needs 58 yes votes in order to pass the CCNRs. They currently have 36 rentals, 9 of them which are ours. That means that currently they're at 41% if my math is correct.
okay. Council
So-
Hernandez.
35.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'd like to ask my question, please. So in the top of page 2 of the staff report, I heard members from the HOA indicate that during a meeting, well, the staff says here, during a meeting, that renters fail to follow rules, renters' actions increase HOA violations and increase insurance premiums with homeowners. But based on my meetings with the HOA board and with Mr. Gutierrez, they weren't referring necessarily to the city's units at all. You were, it's my understanding you were referring to everybody, owners and rentals, correct? Okay. Then, so the staff rebutting these comments by advising them that the city promptly addresses the issues is kind of mute, because that's not what you were talking about.
Ms. Hernandez, if I may interrupt, when our initial conversation started with the association, that was their initial take, that our tenants were not good tenants. And we have not had a really good working relationship until Mr. Melo probably came on board. A lot of our residents have complained that we have association board members following them around. So I've made it very clear to the HOA that we would not tolerate any of that and that we would be ready to refer our renters to the fair housing rights, because everybody deserves and pays and has the right to enjoy the premises.
Okay, well, that doesn't seem to be the issue though here, and that's something that's
Not for this year, not as of this year.
and not for tonight. It doesn't appear to be the issue. The issue is the voting. And what I feel is that the statement here that by casting the yes vote is limiting the ability of the city to purchase properties either outside Hideaway or within Hideaway, I don't understand how it's going to do that, how a yes vote will do that. And I don't think staff has made a really strong argument to support a no vote, or to say don't, that a yes vote will limit the city's ability to
So
purchase
the
property.
city
So
would-
I need you to explain why
So
you
the
think that
city,
is.
the city would no longer be able to buy property in order to rent it out. Based on the current caps, the new regulation says, and Mr. Miller, 25% of the rentals. So we would no longer be able to go in there as an investor or as a low-income housing investor and buy property because we couldn't rent it. Because
That's not necessarily true, though. They're just, from what I understand,
Milo, if you
they're
could-
putting a rental cap of 25%, but you would still be, the city would still be able to purchase a unit, but you may be put on a waiting list, but you would still be able to rent it out.
no, we would not be able to rent it out.
Okay, maybe somebody can address that, because I don't see that as being an issue.
Sure, okay. So yes, the rental cap does apply once title changes.
Mhm.
So if a home were to be sold and the title exchanges to another owner, there would be a rental cap enforced. The new owners would be placed on a wait list. It doesn't necessarily mean that the city could not purchase additional properties and wait out that the waiting period. This year alone, we've had 4 or 5 properties exchange title.
So, Mr.
Just this
Mielo,
year.
so you would be saying that the city can buy property and then sit on a vacant property until that 25, until we get to the 25% mark? That's limiting our ability to continue what our mission is.
Okay, but it's limiting the ability only in Hideaway, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any plans to purchase units for over $650,000 in the Hideaway? Does the city have any plans to do that?
And that is something for the future. My outlook has always been towards the future. Whatever we do as directors, we're planning for what the future might bring.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Basua, but the staff report doesn't reflect strongly enough your argument for a no vote. And that's why I'm asking these questions, because you just simply say it's going to limit your ability, but you don't really describe how.
Mr. Hernandez,
So-
if I can just add to that.
Yeah.
Just a reminder that existing owners are grandfathered in, so they would not lose their ability to continue renting within the community.
Right, so, and that is correct, but Councilmember Hernandez, if I'm not explaining correctly, or I'm not coming across the fact that by you voting today a yes vote, you are definitely limiting the ability of the city, the housing authority, to purchase within this, within the Hideaway. And if that's what you choose to do, that's great, but that is what you're doing.
Okay, so you mentioned the Housing Authority, which raises another question. This is coming to City Council. Will the Housing Authority eventually get this item as well? And why, so why are we evoking the Housing Authority when we are the City Council here?
The city proper owns title to these properties.
Okay.
The housing authority rents these properties out for low to moderate income housing.
I see, okay.
And if I can elaborate a little bit on what Director Basua is talking about, we don't know what our RENA numbers will be in the future. If during the next housing element cycle, there are 50 new units required, where will we find them? And the concern is that while these 9 units are grandfathered in, if we need to find 50 somewhere, this would prohibit the city from even looking at the hideaway and having to go to different options. Notwithstanding, given this uncertainty and given the state of California and the housing crisis and HCD's continuing pressure on cities to find housing, Ms. Basua's argument appears to be that we shouldn't limit the city's ability to do that, and council should at least consider the fact that so limiting it might affect our ability to meet our RENA numbers in the future.
I just, would there be a possibility as far as like in a final agreement where if the city intent actually wanted to buy another unit at the hideaways, there, within the agreement, they could buy it for for low and moderate income housing, separate from the 25%, that you're trying to achieve. In other words, like they want to go,
No.
but, and it couldn't be adapted that way, or it's just not the way it's set up now?
It's just not the way it's set up.
They are
Okay.
restrictive covenants that run with the land. They're not, you can't violate them.
Okay.
May I make one more point that I wasn't able to make earlier? I'm uncomfortable with the fact that when I first heard about it, it was in May, I think, some time ago. I remember I met with you. When I first heard about this idea, you approached me and mentioned it to me, and the voting period has come and gone, and you have extended the voting period, and you're coming to us asking for a vote, and it appears that our vote is going to swing this one way or another. And that's what I'm uncomfortable with, because it just appears that you counted your votes and you did your polling and you realize you're not going to get there. And then so you extended the voting period to accommodate our 9 votes.
No.
How is that? No, why?
Okay,
No, I'm just,
we can't have this back and forth.
I'm
so
not having it
you have
back
to
and-
ask somebody to come up and address your question if you have
well,
a
or-
question.
The audience cannot speak from their seats.
well, if you want to answer my question, you could answer it, but
I'll answer it.
thank you.
We extended it because the city had the ballots. We had been trying to meet with the city for months. The housing part, Mr. Basua's office, didn't meet for months and months and months. We started in March, nothing happened for months. No response from anybody. Okay? Until August, from March till August. So we got this approved to put it in the ballot. And by the time we started talking to the council, which was the first time you heard me come here for the first time, and the president of the board, we realized that, by the time you find out what's going on, because apparently you haven't even read the ballots or you haven't made any decision, that's why we came. But we were so close to the deadline that we wouldn't have made it completely, it would have been we couldn't even go with it. So we requested, you took us off, that first time we came, we were
The
just here
November 7th agenda.
to comment. Then we were put on the agenda. But then we were taken off the agenda, if you recall that. And then we were put again on the agenda. Okay, but the problem has been with lack of communication. I finally took it upon myself to start, trying to talk to each one of you individually. And I did speak to you, Mrs. Hernandez, and the mayor about these issues. But that's why it wasn't that we were, of course we were hoping that we would get your support after you heard our reasons, which is why we're here again. But the way they made it sound is that we came here at the last minute counting on you or almost thinking that we can get your vote. That wasn't the case. It was a matter of time and deadlines and all that and miscommunication. That's the reason we're here again.
And it's my understanding you have not actually counted any votes
No,
or
of course not.
anything. But you're, the number, 51 or the number of votes that you think you have, those are just estimates based
Well,
on your.
Based on the face-to-face.
Based- yeah, they're not
what we
actual
canvass-
votes.
No, you know, we call people, we see people on the, we walk, you know, we know each other. You know, we know each other. We know who, when,
So
so when strangers come in, we know, you know, you live in the community for 10, 15 years, you know who they are. So, I just wanted to clarify that, Mr. Gama. You know, it wasn't one of these things that, well, you know, I think we can get them and this and that. This is why we're trying to talk, explain exactly what's going on.
So you need 56
58.
votes. 58?
58.
You have 86 units,
Yeah.
66%.
Out of the people here in the audience, how many people want to vote of
We
no?
cannot do this. We can't do that.
Offhand, I had a question, like the affordable housing units that we've bought in most recently, about how much did they cost per unit? I mean,
So
I'm just
the
thinking.
units at the Hideaway
I
were
mean, as we're
gifted to the
moving
city.
forward, like from the city, I'm thinking the most affordable way to provide affordable housing.
Your housing prices would have to come down.
So what do we
The-
pay for the, I don't know,
The Hideaway,
habitat?
the Habitat are owner occupied units.
Okay,
So those don't
okay.
count.
When's the last time we purchased any affordable housing?
About 14, maybe about 8 years ago, we acquired a property at Anacapa View. We have a 2-bedroom at Anacapa View.
Okay,
What did we pay for that?
I want to say
Probably
probably
not with-
200,000, 300,000 at the time. But I do want to, Mr. Gutierrez made some points. I want to make sure that the council does know that we were proactive. We received a letter on April 19th. It's on the staff report. We received an email from Mr. Melo on May 6th asking for an in-person meeting. We met with him a month later with the Board Association. Attorney Spalding was there via Zoom. And then again, we did not hear from them until sometime when the ballots were about to come out, and City Manager Connors also met with them.
It was very frustrating. It's a frustrating process because we were under a deadline. Like I said, we were here, we were on the agenda, we were taken off, and then we were put on the agenda again. So that's why it's frustrating as well. Okay, we're trying to work with the city. We told you before, we're glad that the city owns units because we can come and talk to you. You know, how many condominiums have that opportunity? And you would think, you would see us as, you say we have to do the best decision for the city. Well, who is the city? Businesses and residents, people, human beings. And sometimes we don't feel that way. Here we are, we don't live lavishly. The prices of the homes are high, but Mr. Hernandez went today and saw, took a little tour there, we don't live lavishly.
But we also have a responsibility to others as well, and that is part of making sure that we have enough affordable housing for those who can't afford.
But you see, we don't have any control over that. It's the market that decides that.
Yes, but
This is why these homes are so expensive right now. It's because of the market, the way it is. Now, we know that it's a bubble, and it's not gonna be like that forever. We know that too. But the reality is that we're part of the city. Those 9 units are part of our community, part of the complex. We don't treat them any differently at all.
Is there any further question that I can answer for the council?
Yes, I have another question. So say that there is a no vote on this. Well, let me back up. So your argument that the city is looking for affordable housing, are the 9 units at Hideaway considered an affordable housing now?
We have Section 8 tenants on half of those, and the other ones are at market rent.
But are they really affordable for people if you wanted to buy another unit right now?
Right.
Out of
That-
pocket?
yeah, that was-
Well,
city pocket?
well, and again, there's the difference. I mean, and I don't want to get into, you know, the logistics of the money, but there is money coming down. I mean, Councilmember Hernandez, you know that there's money coming down from the state, from the federal government. The Housing Authority is in the process of, you know, shifting to a new platform that's going to generate millions of dollars in order to acquire property. There's different funds that the state of California is going to be using in order for cities to be able to do these projects.
To reach their arena numbers.
Right. So, and again, the future is uncertain.
So I understand Oxnard did a rental cap.
Oxnard did a rental cap, and it had to do with, and she knows more about that than I do because she's a councilwoman in Oxnard. But Oxnard was fighting basically with, these problems with the Airbnbs, which was a disaster, as they know. It took them years to resolve that. And finally, this went into effect in January. And this is part of the problem we have, you know, is that investors come in and they do what they want to do now. And I want to mention again, something that I mentioned, but not as strong, and today I am because this is my last opportunity. You know, you have HOAs, Airbnbs all over the city. And the city is not, you know, you're talking about funding and you're always looking for funding. And the city is not doing the job that they need to do in terms of getting their share of the money for Airbnbs. And this is a problem. We have two there. One of them just moved in secretly, and they're charging $400 for a weekend, per night. Okay? Now, I called, what's the company, HDL, is it HDL? That contractor that the city has. I called up and tried to find out what would it take to open an Airbnb in a particular community. Oh, you get a license. From who? You pay a license here for business. You don't go to the city, no, you have to come through us. And then we'll refer you to the city for STRs, you know, for
Texas. Where's Texas?
okay. And you're not doing the work that you need to do, which is the nightmare Oxnard went through. And it took them years to resolve it.
Mr. Gutierrez, can I ask you a question? So are you seeing a lot of Airbnbs at the Hideaway?
We know of at least two.
Okay.
Okay, and I guarantee you, there are hideaways here. You know, I asked the people from your subcontractor, what's the communication between you and the city to make sure it says here, if they would have come to us, they would have known that they can't rent a unit here for less than 30 days, and you're renting it for weekends. It doesn't make no sense. And I said, well, we can't give that information out. Well, I understand, but you bypass the city, you bypass HDL for the license. They're doing business without license. So, why do, yes.
I just said, Ms. Bissot, it was a comment. You said we have 8 units, but only 4 of them are under Section 8 housing.
That's correct.
So 9.
I'm sorry, we have 9 units.
9 units,
And we
but
have
only 4 are Section 8 housing. So from the housing, as those ones that are at fair market value, is the city planning to convert those to fair market housing to fill the REMA or,
That's a possibility.
huh?
That's a possibility.
It
just depends.
Is it not so much a possibility, is it?
Well, when the units become vacant, that's when decisions are made at that time. And the availability of the housing authority to bring them onto the Section 8 program.
So the goal is to turn all of those 5 into Section 8 housing.
No, not necessarily. It just depends on the availability of the vouchers that are available. We might not have anybody on our list that qualifies for a 2-bedroom. They might all qualify for 3, 4 bedrooms. And then we go in, and if that's not possible, then we rent it out.
Well, is this a good time for comments or are you- yeah? I feel like there's a lot of other places that we can look for rental properties within Wainimi. I mean, if we already have 9 of those houses there in that area, that's a good amount. Again, that's just my opinion. We have a lot of people here present wanting a vote of yes, to keep their community, intact.
So are we ready for a motion or?
Questions,
Bob,
questions
any more
before you make a
questions?
motion? Any more questions from I haven't heard from a couple of you.
I just clarified that we still have 5 of those that we could convert to
Correct.
Section 8 housing
Correct,
if we needed them.
correct.
Okay.
I move to vote yes.
I'll second.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote?
We should clarify that motion. Is that a move to vote yes on the amendment, as in favor of the amendment proposed by the Hideaway, or yes in favor of staff's recommendation?
I guess the way it's read,
Authorize staff to cast a yes vote.
okay. So,
Mayor
roll
Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
I like my
Not on the
idea
table for a
of
vote.
divesting and trying to turn 9 units into 20. So I don't know how we do that in this, but I come back to me. I'm still thinking.
No.
Yes.
motion carries.
But are you going to abstain or are you going to make a vote?
You need a vote.
Vote. I'm split down the middle. So I don't know.
Have to take a test.
No
A
vote
hard
is,
decision, like,
no vote is a no vote. Abstaining is, abstaining is a no vote.
I'll vote no.
motion still carries.
Motion carries.
Thank you, council. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, but we'll talk about it later.
It's really
Number-
far, that's a stretch.
Number 13, we are now moving into adoption of a resolution regulating parking on city streets for the purpose of street sweeping. Great. Will staff please make a report?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and for any of those people who are still awake to see the end
Okay.
of this.
Mr. Camarillo, can you speak nice and loud? Because we can't hear very well.
Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, good evening to everybody again. I'll try and not keep this too long. What you have before you tonight is consideration to adopt a new street sweeping schedule. Staff has worked with the contractor and gone over the maps and determined a way to have street sweeping done where we're going to be able to do street sweeping one side of the day. On a Thursday, the other part of the city will be done on Fridays. So essentially, they'll be doing the entire city on one side of a street Thursday, the rest of the entire side of the residential areas on a Friday. If you look at Exhibit A there, you'll see that there are numbers that designate areas. 2 of the areas on there I want you to take notice of are Area 4, which is Wainimi Bay, and Area 8. Wainimi Bay is scheduled to stay the same. That's after having discussions with the contractor and the operators that do the actual sweeping in the areas. They felt that this would be one of the areas that it would be prudent not to make any changes. And then in area 8, that is the only area currently that has that section there from Ventura to the base and the port between Pleasant Valley and Seaview. It already consists of having one side of the street done on Thursday and one side of the street on Friday. So we are asking that you, if you so choose, as you're all well aware, we've had several comments over the last few months. That's why this was even brought to be looked at, because of parking complications with the way they're currently set up, where we have several areas where people cannot park on either side of the street while this is all happening. So we're looking to have a resolution adopted. If you so choose, it's necessary, it's required by our municipal code that happens. One of the things that we'll also have to do is get the money appropriated so we can buy the new signage. As is mentioned in the staff report, there's over 600 signs that will need to be changed. Some of the areas also have where we may want to add some additional signs, because we did receive some feedback that stated there were some gaps in areas on some streets where it was on one end of the street or the other, but not in the middle. So we will probably be looking to add some additional ones so we don't have any confusion. One of the other things that we'll be looking at in this is doing it over time. Obviously, we can't change 600 signs in a day, so it'll take some time. We're gonna have to work with parking enforcement on having some growing pains with this, and maybe being a little more lenient when it comes to enforcement until we can get everything completely done. But we will work with Tony's group on that. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Camarillo. Do we, this,
No,
he did give me the floor. Well, you know, he did.
I did motion.
Anyways,
Well, I am. What are you telling me? I motioned to him. Okay, so don't make a comment like that.
Mr. Camarillo, so this affects the entire city. I was under the impression that we're going to identify the areas that are most impacted by this. I don't believe my neighborhood needs to go half and half, but then again, I don't live at Bolker Park. Now, I know Bolker Park, it's very difficult to park, and some other areas are very difficult. So is this affects the entire city? And I think that's what you're saying.
Yes, except for, again, Wainimi Bay will stay exactly as it is now. And then the area that is down between Pleasant Valley and Seaview, from Ventura Road to the port and the base, that is already set on a schedule where one side is Thursday, one side is Friday. But the rest of the areas will all be changed to accommodate. So one side is on a Thursday and the other side will be on a Friday.
Yeah, because I don't, again, where I live, I don't think it's necessary to do that because there's plenty of parking, albeit you can't park on the street. But I do know that other areas like Bolker Park, it's impossible for many of those people to find. They end up parking in the shopping centers, from what I understand.
They park at the park.
Oh, at the park?
Your neighborhood.
Okay, well, all right.
I mean, obviously we can adjust if we need to. It's just that if we start doing that, then we might create a scheduling conflict. Right now, as it's laid out, the contractor was able to accommodate all of this without having to change any of the pricing for us or do anything with regards to having to get another driver that would be on the route to make sure that they could get done in the proper amount of time.
So in a cul-de-sac, do you just literally cut a cul-de-sac in half? Is that how it's gonna work?
Well, on the map, it's laid out where they go around the entire cul-de-sac, because they won't just stop the cul-de-sac halfway and do that. So, we don't have so many cul-de-sacs that becomes a big issue. So that was one of the considerations they took. And then there are other areas where there's dead ends on areas that actually is written into the contract where they will get out and blow stuff out so they can pick it up easier, because there's no way for them to physically make the turns.
So are you saying that my cul-de-sac will still be on a Thursday, the entire cul-de-sac?
Which cul-de-sac is that?
San Miguel Circle. But anyway,
Let's see.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question if I could. come on,
Yes.
'cause I think Councilman Gama can get his answer from looking at the report. Regarding the Las Palomas area, because I'm not asking for myself, I'm asking for my neighbors, my residents who will come to me and ask me what's going on. It doesn't show the entire map for the Las Palomas complex. Am I to assume that where it ends on Captain's Avenue, that the entire complex is under that same schedule?
No, and that complex, those are considered private, so the sweeper does not go through that area.
Yes, they do. They do all the streets in Las Palomas.
That's news to me, because it's not part of the contract that was written.
Well, yeah, they do. So maybe it's something you need to look at.
Yeah, I can follow up with them and see, and check with parking enforcement to see if they're going through there, what day that is, and
Okay.
add that into the map.
Okay,
I mean, if they're doing it now, they've agreed to do what they're doing with making changes in the contract pricing. So if they're going through there, then it's not something that was put into the bid specifications.
Mr. Cam,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm done, thanks.
Mr. Camarillo, I'm looking, Olive Marina Village, that will be under this, eventually, this will be under this new setup where it's on Thursdays and Fridays?
Correct.
Because I know as a fact, when I've delivered food to that area, there's like 9 or 10 or 11 streets that you can't park anywhere. So that
Yeah,
will,
No, the entire city would be split into a half Thursday, half Friday, except for Wainimi Bay,
and I
which
know
makes
it's,
alternate Fridays.
and I know it's going to be a big task to switch over. Do you have some kind of a priority set up as to which ones you're going to do first, moving along? Or how are you planning to do that?
Well, we've received comments from people that live in various areas. I think knowing the problem areas that we have most, Marina Village and Bulker, I know they have a lot of vehicles in that area. They tend to try and park wherever they can. I know a lot of people in the Bulker area use the parking lot of the park. So my guess would be to start up there, but again, until we get all of the signage in place, we could start the route, but that's not how they're intending to do this. We need to get everything in place. That way they can run the route going all the way on a Thursday, all the way through, because the intent is to go from one side of the city all the way down through the entire city on one day, and then the other side of those streets on the Fridays.
Okay. And yeah, I had one other comment, but it
I'd like
escapes
to
me
make a
at this
motion
point.
to approve.
Oh, no, I know what my question was. How long will this process take from when do you hope to start it, and when will it be completed based on your plan?
Well, if you approve this, then we can go ahead and get started on ordering all the signs. We haven't got any feedback on how long it'll take to get that many signs specifically delivered back to us. But then we would go ahead and start doing that. We're thinking that it'll take a couple of months to get them all done because we won't be able to just pull the streets crews off to just put signs up.
So would this
all
be
the
done
time.
in 6 months,
So
you think?
we're gonna be working on that in a phased manner to get them up as quickly as possible.
Excuse me, if
Oh,
I may.
no, we're thinking we're.
Excuse me, Fred, hold on one second.
No
The city
later than the end
manager.
of February, we'd have this all done.
Okay, this is going to require an intense communication, integration plan with parking enforcement, and then integration with the actual sign plan. So we're going to have to work out a very detailed plan of action and communicate that aggressively via a campaign. So we'll get back to you on that.
Mr. Camarillo,
Yes.
Mr. Camarillo, you said that this plan is gonna affect most of the city. However, I'm looking at page 12 and I know that street sweeping is on Thursdays and Fridays. I don't really see much of a change on that page. Or am I incorrect?
Let me get page 12. Yeah, that is because that particular one sheet is what on the map where it shows the entire city is shown as page 8, which that area is already scheduled and done on a Thursday, Friday procedure.
Okay, so that's not gonna change.
No.
Okay.
I would like to maybe scale this back and only focus on the problem areas. I mean, I don't think my neighborhood is a problem, but I do know Bolker Park and some of the other areas on the other side of town are a real problem. So could we maybe just focus on those problem areas first and then, because it seems like we're solving a problem that doesn't exist in many areas. And so we may be doing too much.
Yes.
Just in response to Councilman Gama's request, has Mr. Camarillo stated that by doing something like that, it could throw off the entire schedule for the rest of the city. So I don't know that that's a feasible solution for.
And I will make a comment that usually when they are parked, they basically, kind of like Boker, they fill up Miranda Park on that Thursday when it's street sweeping day. Basically, all of the cars go over to Miranda Park, or a great deal of them.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, like, in a cul-de-sac, when it's fall, there's leaves on both sides of the street, and you're just gonna do half of the street,
And then the other day do the other half.
Yeah, okay, well, I don't know, I just think there are some problem areas, and I think that being that this is gonna be a real difficult transition, maybe we should just work the problem areas first.
Except that not the areas you talked about are not the only problem areas. So we'd have to go send them back to identify the problem areas. How do you determine what the problem areas are? I mean, I think it just complicates the whole plan, and I would not support
And
that.
Mr. Connors, you said you're gonna come back with a kind of a really detailed plan of how you're gonna implement.
Yeah, this is a large operation that has to be delicately coordinated and communicated, and we have to engage the community so that they're on board, and we can pull this off. So it may be an incremental phasing thing, and so we have to work through the details of that plan.
Okay.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes, because we're starting with the problem areas, correct?
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Rollins.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you for staff for coming up with this plan that we've been waiting with long anticipation.
And if I can just add one more thing real quick, it's not entirely related to this specific thing, but we have noticed and posted on the social media sites and the website This week, we won't be doing sweeping on the Friday after Thanksgiving. So that was also a request that had come up before, and so we scheduled that. The contractor's aware of it, so that will not be taking place.
Thank you for
Thank
being
you, Mr.
responsive.
Camarillo.
Okay,
Move on. Yes, he is.
all righty. So we will now move on to, where am I now?
I know.
Let's see.
Painful.
Number 14, City Port Community Benefit Fund. I will now turn this item over to City Manager Connors.
Thank you, Mayor, Honorable City Council. We had an opportunity to review projects initially submitted by this council in priority sequence and in funding amounts, and we joined with the commission on the 21st of October with representatives of the joint team for the city, which includes Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and myself. We collaborated and discussed projects by both the commission and the city. And the projects listed in the staff report are the ones that were agreed upon and brought to the commission earlier this afternoon, where they approved these projects totaling $121,000. And these projects are now before the council for your approval for these projects. We do have a balance of $6,600 remaining. And we do also have, coming out of this joint meeting, some concerns over the definition of sponsorship related projects associated with nonprofit support that both this this representation for the joint committee and the commissioner's representation want to resolve in the next joint committee. So before you tonight is these projects that were reviewed and recommended for approval by the joint committee. They have been approved by the commission, and they are for you tonight for approval. And I will also defer to the other members of this committee, the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, for any comments they may have with regard to these projects or the process that they presided over during the joint committee.
Okay. Would you like to speak? No. When the original agreement was made in 2015, the language was such that it was not real clear and concise as to the interpretation of where this money could be spent. And so when we met, there were certain items that were presented by the port and certain items that were presented by us. And I think we agreed on a number of those. Some of them are going to be coming back to kind of decide on at a later date, I guess. I know in particular the two areas that our council approved that were still up for were of concern for the port was for a youth scholarship program, and then also for our various different programs, and then also a program for people with special needs. And so I guess those are ones that will be coming back at a later time.
Were those proposed by the port, or did those come from us?
That came from us.
I don't remember us having that on the list, but okay. All right, so we'll
Yeah.
discuss them at a later time.
Councilmember Hernandez said, I don't know if you noticed, but we added the amount of an extra $15,000 to the public hearing project. Originally, we had set aside just 10,000.
I thought it was always 25,000. That's the number we've been working with, so I'm not sure what
No,
happened
for
there.
the second edition.
It was, it was originally, there was an additional amount of 10,000, but the joint committee increased it to 25,000.
Okay.
And
Okay,
that's in
great.
addition to the original amount.
Oh, okay, great.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
So, excuse me, sorry. I understand community benefit to mean food share, police explorers, Wainimi Booster Club, youth interested in law enforcement. All these really resonate with me on community benefit, but I really trip up on the top three, the big ones: Bard Monument, Public Mural Project, and DC Coalition. I mean, I guess it stretches, for me, I'm speaking of myself, like community benefit to me is like providing a benefit to a portion of our community, people interested in police work. Anyway, so I'm just wondering, do we have a definition as to what exactly does a community benefit? Is there a criterion? Is it, I mean, because I'm trying to understand how a Bard monument benefits a community and the expense there is. I mean, it's a big expense. And didn't we already allocate money to that in the prior year?
Yes, this would support the phasing of monuments. So this is an additional installment of the three-phased monument.
But I do believe in answer to your question, there is a definition of community benefit, and it's not like the way we've been interpreting it it's a benefit to the community. It has to be a benefit to the city and the port, but I don't know that I'm defining it correctly. I don't know if Miguel can help with that, but I've heard President Rooney state over and over again that the way we've been defining it, being that it has to be a benefit to the community, is not necessarily the way they perceive it.
Well, they definitely perceive it differently than our committee did. I mean, President Rooney had a specific definition that she held fast to. I think we had a different.
We, the city, or you
We,
two?
too, when we were representing our programs. I would have to kind of reinforce what Councilman Gama brought up, is that I look at a community benefit fund, meaning our community in Port Hueneme, not the community in general or the region. And so, being that we get about $100,000 per year, and reading how they're described, I would hope that the council would be spending the money on things that benefit the Port Hueneme community as a priority, as opposed to things that maybe benefit the port on a regional basis.
I hear you. So maybe that's something that the next year's committee can address, is to get more clarification on what it means to be of community benefit and set some additional parameters.
Right, because we're reading them here, like implementing joint initiatives to foster community economic, social, and environmental well-being, but not limited to public infrastructure improvements, sponsors of special events, and sport and civic and similar activities.
And I understand those are spelled out in the revenue sharing agreements, are they not, the criteria? So that's where it's coming from.
Yes, they are. The categories under the Community Benefit Fund, I just pulled up my memo, are shoreline protection, community development, including infrastructure improvements, special events, civic organization, and other related activities, opportunistic endeavors, opportunities that foster the shared interests of the city and the district,
So
and
what-
other projects agreed upon by the
Okay, thank
parties.
you. But, I don't think it's appropriate for us to go back now and question the top 2 or 3 items that are on this list that have been on here for years. If you don't understand the community benefit of an art project, or a monument project, that's gonna take another discussion that we're not
We can
not
argue
equipped
these
to do
all
tonight.
night, and if you guys
Yeah.
remember last time, that's what happened. It took us a while to get to this point, and that's why I'm gonna make the motion just to approve this
I'll
list right
second.
here.
I'll have to make a comment that while I understand, Ms. Mayor Rollins, we have to take into consideration that this just isn't our list. It's the port's list as well, and they want certain things. And for them to approve our things, we have to be willing to give back and approve their things. So they want a barred monument.
Absolutely.
I mean, we may not like it, but it's what they want. So.
And it was approved by the previous council, so for us to go back and not
Nobody's
approve
going
it-
back on it.
Well, to even question it tonight is just mute. I think we need just to move forward. And
Well, I just want to acknowledge the fact that, you know, the port does a lot of things outside of the community benefit, which costs a lot more money than $100,000, which we get to, we get to collaborate on. And so maybe we could just clarify with them, like, into the future, like, hey, can we narrow this down to actually benefiting groups in our community specifically? So that, because like, let's be honest, the port has a huge budget for community benefit. They support so many great things in the community, which I applaud them. But when we get down to this measly, and I mean, it's a smaller amount than what the port spends on community benefit. It's just $100,000 a year. So again, I just would like to be more targeted towards benefiting specific groups in our community.
You know, I'm sorry, I'm really tired, and it's 11:15, and we should be saying thank you to the port, and how they spend their money on other areas of the region is none of our business. They do a lot for our city beyond just $100,000 they give us for working jointly with us on this. So for me, I'm grateful for this.
We have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
Okay, do we have a vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
And Mayor Rollins.
Yes. Okay, at this time, we will hear comments and reports from our city manager.
Okay, I'll try to make this quick. The most important thing, everybody heard, no street sweeping on Friday?
Got it.
Okay, all right. Couple great events. On the 10th, we had our Landscape Design Committee's second meeting. That's progressing nicely, a lot of good participation. You probably have comments about that, Councilmember Perez. I'll leave it at that. Veterans Day was a great event, and, you know, with the fire department, all the staff, it turned out really nice. And we look to engage and improve for each year forthcoming for the next Veterans Day events. Successful turkey drive on the 18th, 280 meals handed out to registered folks. And then that starts really our holiday drive and recreational activities and engagements with our community. We got the tree lighting ceremony on the 29th. Santa Float operations start on the 3rd of December. We've got the senior holiday luncheon on the 6th. We'll be collecting and then distributing Cops for Tots toys on the 17th. We have our last movie night of the year on the 9th. And we do these events really well. They're cherished by the community, and we look to have snow and sledding at the Christmas tree lights.
And I'll have to mention that turkey giveaway wasn't all registered. There was about 40 turkeys that Rick and I stood in the streets in the freezing cold, literally flagging down with flashlight people driving by. So.
And that concludes my brief. Thank you, Council.
Okay. Council member reports. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Last Thursday, hosted a volleyball at the beach. I'm gonna try to do it every Thursday. At the same time, from 3 to 4 coaching, and then after 4 o'clock, playing. So, some games. That's all.
Okay. Councilman Perez.
Yes, so the landscape committee is moving along very well. We're being very productive. We've pretty much went through the entire tree palette and trying to define what type of theme we want to have and what trees are appropriate. And there's so many things I'm learning that I never knew anything about before. So it's very educational. Not only it's going to benefit our city greatly, and I look forward to more meetings, and eventually we're going to have a community forum, right, to showcase everything and have the community weigh in on that. But yes, successful turkey event. I would like to recognize the explorers and do a certificate for maybe the December meeting of their contribution and the hard work that they put in our community, and to appreciate Henry, Officer Montalongo, and Frank Montalongo. And I think that's it.
Councilperson Hernandez?
Just real quickly, I've attended all my committee meetings, nothing huge to report other than we met today, the public, Port Hueneme Water Agency met, and we're going to be doing some comprehensive strategic planning for the next year around water quality, our standing with the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency and the pipeline, all the issues that we have to address. We're going to look at them strategically and make some prepare ourselves to make some informed decisions in the new year. I was recently appointed, I just got a notice from League of California Cities that I've been appointed to the Government Transparency Labor Relations Policy Committee. I was surprised at that appointment because that's not what I asked for. I asked to be on the Public Safety Committee, but I'm gonna have to go back and find out what the thinking was on putting me on this Governance Transparency Labor Relations Committee. In any event, that's what I'll be doing with the California cities. And I'll have a few agenda items, and let's see, that's really all I have.
Councilperson Gama?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited tonight during this meeting. I got a text from a college student in San Luis Obispo with the last name Decus, wanting to get involved with beach cleanup and understand the positive impact that we've had over here over the last 6 years. So that apparently she's working on some environmental studies, and that's really cool. We've made a big difference out there, and it's very visible. This past weekend, we went out to Ormond Lagoon, halfway filled up a dumpster, and we found 8 syringes. And these are the type of things that really cause us to wonder what's happening in our community. But doing a little bit each week makes a big difference, and we've proven that. And I'm really looking forward to more collaboration and more involvement with students in our area. What else? I'm drawing a blank right now, so I'll just let you go, Mayor Rollins.
Sure.
Even though City Council did not approve covering my substitutes for the meeting in Puerto Vallarta, and they might have been stalled because I had been working pretty hard on this all year, and I was hoping that one of the other council members could go, or staff. I just want to say that it's not like I wanted to take days off. I tried to convince them to do it when I was off, and they said they couldn't. And I thought that this would be a good opportunity for us to move closer. I'm still gonna do what I can to set up a sister city partnership. So even though it's stalled, it doesn't mean that I've given up. I see it as I'm always gonna look at the positives. I think about, okay, $450. That was like what decided whether I was gonna go or not. $450 for a sister city. But maybe everything happens for a reason. It's okay. I'm still positive, and I think we're still gonna have a sister city committee, even though City Council chose not to today.
First of all, I just want to commend all the staff involved with the Veterans Day. That was, for having a 2-year hiatus, that was a really neat event. It was both visually and then the speakers. I only wish that we had more of the community out there. We had a good participation by the community, but for the time and effort that both the police chief and the city manager and everybody else who was involved. That was just a really nice event. I attended the Boys and Girls Club Gala. I think they earned close to $500,000 by that night with all the different donations, and it was a really nice event. It was nice to see the Boys Club Member of the Year made a speech, and like from the time that I listened to him make a presentation in the summer to now, he had really improved quite a bit, and so like you could see that he's grown from that experience. We have a REACH committee meeting coming up, and then as this will be my last month, I guess, as the city council person, I just wanted to recommend that the rest of the council prioritize filling up these various different committees that I'm involved in, because in the month of January, there's a lot of different committees that they're going to be doing some member evaluations of like transportation and things like that. So I would encourage you folks to act on it quick as to filling up these assignments. That's about it.
Okay.
So now we will move on to, has everybody made I think everybody.
Yeah, I'm just ready to move on to the agenda request.
Request for future agenda items. Councilperson Hernandez.
Okay, so I have a couple of requests. One is for January, if we could set some time in the agenda and at the January meeting or one of the January meetings for goal setting workshop to talk about goals for 2023. We haven't done that in a few years, but I think that we should consider doing that. So if I could have a second on that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Okay. And I was going to talk about whether or not we need to put on the agenda the question of whether or not the council wants to continue to support a sister city program. But maybe we can hold off on that. I mean, yeah, maybe we could have a discussion on the Sister City program, because I feel like the $450 was a minute cost in comparison to what we could bring back to the city by allowing the Councilman Martinez to attend. And then, let's see, for the the December 5th meeting, I'll be attending remotely, so that's not an agenda item. I just forgot to mention that during my comments. And then I'd like also the city attorney to follow up on the Brown Act violation at the Hueneme Coalition meeting. And this is when Mayor Rollins and Councilman Gama attended a presentation by Councilwoman Perez. She should be right. You were invited to the Hueneme Coalition to present, to speak, and
She was invited to attend.
well, I'm asking the city attorney to look into it, because the three of you were there, and she was invited to attend and be there to speak. The Hueneme Coalition, when I was invited to speak, I warned them about a Brown Act violation. And they assured me that they knew everything about the Brown Act and that wouldn't happen. And so they uninvited the two of you so that I could be there and not be in violation of the Brown Act. So I don't know why they allowed the three of you to be there at that meeting. So anyway, I'm just asking for that to be on the agenda. I'm not asking for it to be discussed any further tonight. Do I have a second? And this is why we can't enforce the policies and procedures manual. I rest my case.
I have a comment. And I don't want this investigated, but when we were in closed session, you were texting Tracy Sisson Phillips. So do we want to investigate that? So I would just suggest that let's move on, let's look forward and not look back. But, you know, I mean,
I thought you said he stood up and spoke.
That was not at the coalition meeting. That was at the landscape committee.
Yeah.
He spoke, but.
Okay, well then maybe that's the wrong.
Without devolving too far into a conversation, there is an exemption in the Brown Act for a
She's talking about the coalition lunch.
I know.
That's what I said.
There-
Coalition.
There is an exception to the Brown Act where a quorum of a legislative body attends a meeting of another body as long as business is not discussed and deliberation is not had or decision reached.
I
then
understand
we're-
that.
then
I
we're
understand
usually
that,
fine.
but that's not what happened. And that's why I'm asking you to talk about it.
and where
And
do
if you want to file a
how do
complaint
you,
against me
how do
for
you, how do
text-
you come up with that when you weren't even there?
Because it was related to me?
The code, I think you're getting confused with two different ones.
It's not gonna,
Council members, I've heard the complaint. I'll
Yeah.
follow up via memo
Okay.
or council action, whatever's appropriate.
you guys all seem to agree to it when I spoke about it last week, so, okay.
About what?
The same situation I'm bringing up tonight. So, anyway,
Since Chief
No
Salinas
more.
is here, I just want to know if we were gonna have in the future, if we were gonna talk a little bit more about like policing, because we had a member from the public, Kathy, talk about some of the speeding down Ventura Road. I just to follow up, is that something that's gonna happen? Thank you, Chief Salinas.
Okay.
And then
Um,
the last thing, did anybody want to talk about the Bubbling Springs Children's Playground potentially being dangerous for younger kids because of the tree barks?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go look into it and then maybe next city council.
I-
meeting.
Yeah, maybe staff can make a
Yeah,
report.
all of our playground equipment has to be inspected, and we have people that are certified to do safety inspections, and it's done routinely. So I'm not sure what she was talking about, but we'll follow up.
Yeah, follow up. I think it was, there's bark in the sand and. Okay, so, okay, I'd like to adjourn this meeting. It is now 11:32. Next regularly scheduled meeting is Monday, December 5th at 6:30. All right.